Manikanta, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes, yes, please, sir.
Yes, sir, it's clear.
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah. Now you tell me again.
Yes,
Is it okay?
now it is clear, sir. Please.
Okay, fantastic. Good. We'll start in a couple of minutes. Okay, fantastic.
Morning, Venkatesh. How are you?
Very good. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing great.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll start in a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Raviteja, please admit Rajesh Rao Garu and Sri Basappa Garu into the panelists. And Sri Basappa Garu into the panelists.
Basappa is already in, sir, and Rajeshwara Garu is not there. I will allow him once he's there. Thank you.
Yeah, you can coordinate with Subhas.
Yes, I'm doing it. Yeah.
Sorry.
హలో
Hello.
ఇప్పుడు చెప్పండి.
Sir, yes, perfect, sir. Now. Hello.
Yeah, is it getting double talk or no?
No, sir. No, sir. Now it is clear.
How is
Now it is clear, sir. Now it is clear.
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes, sir. Perfect.
Thank you, Manikanta. Very good morning to all. Good morning. Andariki namaskaralu. Ellarigu namaskara.
Good morning. Good morning.
Very
Good-
warm welcome.
Good morning. And
Very warm welcome to all the participants, dignitaries for the regional webinar, Roadmap to Implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission. While we are expecting participants here in the webinar, we will start our program. So we will be having more participants as we proceed. I am Venkatesh Arlikatti. I am the Water Sanitation and Hygiene Officer at UNICEF Hyderabad. Today, for this regional webinar, I am your host, and I want to ensure that all of you are engaged in this webinar and are enjoying this webinar and take away the learnings from this webinar for your work. To do that, first thing I want to know how you are all today. How are you feeling today? I want you to respond in your chat box. Either you must be feeling good or you must be feeling great. What are you feeling, good or great? Can you please type it and take away the learnings from this webinar for your work? To do that, first thing I want to know how you are all today. How are you feeling today? I want you. Manikanta.
Sir,
I am feeling very great. I am feeling very great because this is one of the prestigious projects of all mankind.
Thank you,
Not
sir.
only for India, it is a universal program. This water is a precious thing next to air.
Sir. Manikanta, this double voice is coming. No, YouTube is on.
yes, again it's coming, sir.
So I'll have to restart. I'll do that again now. I'll just
Yes, please.
somewhere some problem is there. Please hold
No,
on.
Venkatesh, is not your problem. So
Ah.
I muted the person where this double sound is coming.
Oh, you did that, huh?
Yeah.
Sir.
Now, can you confirm again whether the double voice is not coming?
No, now it is not coming. There is one person with a double voice. I muted. So now it is okay.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. So I want to look at the chat box. I want to know how you are all feeling today, good or great. Can you please type in your chat box? So Raviteja, what is the response like?
Everybody is feeling great.
Great.
Yeah, there's a lot of responses, sir, even here. Good, great.
Oh, fantastic. I'm
Very
happy.
great.
I'm happy you're all feeling great today.
And even on YouTube, getting very good response.
Okay, in YouTube also we are getting great. How many are there in YouTube today now, as of now?
As of now, we have 55, sir, watching.
Okay, right. Thank you. Thanks for being great today, and we hope with our webinar, it will make much greater. And throughout this day, throughout this webinar, I'll be definitely interacting with you. It is not a monologue, it will be dialogue. It's not that the webinar, somebody will come here and make presentations. We will be continuously talking with you. And since you can't talk back, you can respond by chat box. That is your way of responding. That is how we are limited. The limitation is there. And thanks for this feeling great. Now let us start the program. I will rush through a brief presentation. Basically, as you all know, this webinar is about roadmap to implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission. And the context is very clear. You are all, most of you are engineers working in the rural water supply department. And the context is since 1999, when the sector reforms it was started. From there, we started our journey of decentralized, demand-driven, community-owned, managed water supply program. And from there, we have had a lot of learnings, lot of experiences, lot of difficult situations, but we have not gone back. We have started our journey from 99. Then we did some experiments with some of the districts, about 39 districts, and moved on in 2002 to Swajaladhara program in the same approach of community-driven and community-owned approach, decentralized approach. In 2009, ARWSP was restructured as NRDWP. This was a very important milestone in the history of water program in the country. So after 2009, NRDWP was going on with much results. As we entered 2018, the aspirational districts program came where the Swajal scheme was introduced for the aspirational districts. And it was in 2009 in July, but actually, if you remember, on 15th August, from the ramparts of Red Fort, this program was announced, Jal Jeevan Mission, to see that.
Venkatesh, sir.
Yes, Raviteja.
Yeah, your voice is breaking, sir.
Yeah. Now, how is it?
With issue.
Is it better? Hello?
Yeah, it's okay, Venkatesh. Now Ravitej's
Yes,
voice
now.
is breaking. You are clear. Continue.
Right.
Yeah, better, sir. Yeah.
On 15th August 2019, it was announced by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji that every house will have functional household tap connection. This was the genesis of Jal Jeevan Mission. And from that day, we have come a long way. In the last few months, we had our own operational guidelines released on Jal Jeevan Mission. And as you all know, the major emphasis of Jal Jeevan Mission is to provide 55 LPCD water to all the households of the country. Very big mission like the Swachh Bharat mission. It is again a big campaign that we have entered into. And coming to the states of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and Telangana, all the three states have now started working on Jal Jeevan Mission. However, the context of Telangana is quite different, as you may all be knowing that Telangana, much ahead of others leading as an example, has started Mission Bhagirath with the same lines of providing FHTCs to all households of Telangana state. So we have a lot of learnings from Telangana. So now, as we can see, the major challenge before us is to get prepared for the Jal Jeevan Mission, which means a lot of emphasis that we have to lay and practically ensure that the community ownership, which is much needed in the Jal Jeevan Mission, is achieved. Apart from that, to achieve the decentralized way of the Jal Jeevan Mission program, we need to have the skilled manpower at the ground level to really take it forward. So with this small background, now I take you to the webinar. This webinar is designed with the key outcomes in mind to see that the participants of this webinar get an improved understanding on the sector perspectives, vision and mission of Jal Jeevan Mission. They get more clarity on their roles and responsibilities. They have better understanding on the components of the Jal Jeevan Mission program. They have improved understanding on IEC and the challenges that are there in the behavior change communication. And we also expect that the tools and methods for IEC, BCC are introduced to the participants. And also the participants have good understanding on preparation of village and district action plan, business plan, and operation and maintenance plan, apart from monitoring frameworks. With these objectives in mind, today we have laid out this program. As much as the recently festival has gone, Sheer Kurma, what we call Payasam, we have designed a program like a Payasam with good speakers for you today. The inaugural session, we have with us our officer in charge from UNICEF Hyderabad office, Mr. Sonikuti George. Next, we will be having Chief of WASH, UNICEF Country Office, Mr. Nicolas Osbert. Thanks, Nicolas, for joining us all the way from France. Nicolas is joining us from France, actually. And we have with us the dignitaries, Engineer-in-Chief from Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri R.V. Krishna Reddy. We have Chief Engineer from Government of Karnataka, Sri H.P. Basappa. We have Senior Consultant and the Officer representing Engineering Chief from Mission Bhagiratha, Government of Telangana, Sri R.P. Nanda. And also we have Rajeshwar Rao Garu, Chief Engineer. So we will be, after this inaugural session, we will be going to our WASH specialist in UNICEF country office, Mr. Manish Vasuja, who will be taking us to the whole gamut of the Jal Jeevan Mission. He will be taking us to the complete idea of giving the idea of Jal Jeevan Mission, which is conceptualization and perspectives and policy environment. He will bringing you to that. After that, we have the PRIMO, the national agency team, which will be taking us step by step through the process of Jal Jeevan Mission, conceptualization and institutional arrangement, project planning and implementation, essentials of water quality management, then IEC, then financial planning and funding, monitoring and evaluation. This is all the program laid out for today, and I hope each of the sessions you will enjoy and have good learning out of the day. So thanks for being with us today. And now I request Mr. Soni Kuti George, Officer in Charge, UNICEF Hyderabad, to share his opening remarks inaugurating the program. Thank you. Over to Mr. Soni Kuti.
Good morning, Venkatesh, all dignitaries, especially a special good morning to Mr. Nicholas Osbert, joining from France, Manish, Nali, officers from the various states, and dear friends, or the champions and warriors of water in this country. We are on a mission. That too, an ambitious mission where we are looking at accelerated action to make sure that we achieve the SDG goal 6 for water, not by 2030, but by 2024. Which means the mode of operation needs to shift from a marathon running to a sprint running. And the preparation to a sprint running requires a lot of conservation of energy, a lot of practice, and a strategy which will make sure that we are able to reach that. And today is a day of such a preparation for this sprint running to achieving the SDG goal of 6 for water for this country in a span of next 4 years' time. And that is an ambitious plan, and it makes me feel great, as most of you were saying in your chat box. How are you feeling? You're feeling great. And I must tell you, as UNICEF, as part of UNICEF, we feel super great to be part of this ambitious agenda that we have set for ourselves. We feel great because we have a fabulous team of people who've made this transformation possible and something that can be achieved. We've seen the 96% reach in Telangana, Mission Bhagiratha. We will hear more about that. We have ample experience from the state of Karnataka, for example, the SRDS example, where we know the Hubballi experience of Meena Naik, who is been the Energy Globe Award winner on water category last year, in terms of the kind of work that is done on rainwater harvesting and tube well recharge. We have the story of Shasa Robinson, who is associated with this, and a 76-year-old woman from Australia who is actually facilitating this process and runs around, like in 1 year, 2,300 kilometers across the 4 states to make these things happen. We have the story of Kame Gowda, who is actually been the pond builder, 15 ponds, and an 82-year-old man who is committed to changing situations in the villages in Mandya. We have the story of the BMP water warriors in Bangalore. We have the community experience of Visakhapatnam, where the Residents Welfare Association is making all-out effort on water recharging and rainwater harvesting in the city of Visakhapatnam. And in this preparation of achieving our goal, we have individuals, we have communities who have demonstrated to us. We have state commitments, we have demonstrated to us that it is possible to be reaching this goal in a short span of time. When we call Jal Jeevan, the fact that life is linked with water and poisoning of water is seen as the most atrocious crime on humanity. How is it that we are not able to convey this message to the communities, to ourselves, that we are poisoning our own life by not taking care of the quality of water? Because the cleanliness of water at source is an equally important dimension to the supply chain. And therefore, the way that we need to be operating for this accelerated action of sprint running is going to be so critical that we need to be having different and strategic ways of reaching out to communities to make this a reality. We need to be charged up. We need to be feeling energized, feeling great to be achieving this. And in this journey of the last 48 years, from 1972 onwards, when the water missions have started in this country, we are on the last lap. And in this relay running, the last lap is very critical and it requires a lot of energy. And I congratulate the states and each one of you for the great achievements that we have reached, 90% plus on the tapped water facilities to the households. We really need to put in the last lap the greatest of our energies. We are talking about 3.5 lakh crores of rupees in the next 5 years for this project. The kind of commitment and the leadership that is there, the political will and leadership is there. And in this journey, in this preparation for this sprint running to really achieve the SDG 6 in terms of water in the next 5 years' time, UNICEF is with you. And I am sure you are in very safe hands with the technical expertise of the Nicholas, Nali, Venkatesh, Manish. The whole team that is there from UNICEF is equally charged and equally feeling great to be part of this, and wish you every success. And I open this session to charge every one of us to move forward, to take on this challenge, and to do this last round of the achieving the goal, making sure that we have a continuous plan of O&M at the community level where we sustain our water supply and the Jal Jeevan Mission becomes a reality for each one of us. Thank you so much and all the very best.
Thank you, Sonikuti George, for a wonderful opening remarks. Indeed, we are on a mission, and this mission is going to be very significant in the history of India with regarding to water. And as you said, there are several warriors and champions have come on the way, and there are many more to come in the next 5 years as we move forward. And definitely, all the opportunities are around us to really make this happen. Thanks a lot for this. Now, I take you to Chief of WASH, UNICEF India Country Office, Mr. Nicholas Osbert. And thanks, Nicholas, really for joining us here. We are thankful to you. And we want you to give us the whole comprehensive picture of what this Jal Jeevan Mission is all about. Thanks a lot. You have 10 to 15 minutes with you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Venkatesh. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries from the states of Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Telangana. For functionaries from the districts and colleagues from development partners and colleagues from UNICEF. Really very happy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address all of you for this regional webinar for the roadmap on the implementation of the Jal Jeevan Mission. If I may zoom back a bit, I've had a chance to work in several countries, and in many of the countries of the world, water is not really the priority compared to other sectors. And in this webinar today, we are among practitioners, we are among duty bearers, people that have a responsibility for the water and sanitation services for the communities. And this includes myself and the UNICEF colleagues working for India. And it's just this political drive to achieve results for water is very precious. In many other countries, you can have skilled people, you can have a capacity, and you can feel dynamic and motivated. If the wind is not blowing in the right direction, you don't have this political drive, it's difficult to make a change, and you have to wait for that. In India, it's a different story. The wind is really blowing in our direction, so our window is now to really make an impact for Indian people, and especially for the vulnerable communities. Let's not forget that, unfortunately, the figures I'm going to give are from 2015. About 115,000 children under 5 years old died from diarrheal disease in India. 115,000. This is big, and this is preventable. And water is part of the solution to improve this. So our time is now, and also something very interesting with the Jal Jeevan Mission. You all have the guidelines. I really find them quite well structured and ambitious and I mean well thought. And to echo the words from the Ministry of Jal Shakti, there is an appeal here to shift our mindset. We are all working in our little habits. I am working in the United Nations bureaucracy. You are working in the Indian administration. And just let's use this opportunity of the Jal Jeevan Mission to break the business as usual. It's not business as usual. We have that opportunity and we need to shift our mindset. And the danger here is to have another race to infrastructure construction, you know, to provide water supply facilities. The Jal Jeevan Mission is much beyond that. And it's really about a service that is sustainable and that meet the aspiration of the communities. It's very important that we all reflect on, you know, our habits and of, you know, racing and delivering to something deeper. Are we meeting the aspiration of the users? Are we working for a service and not just, you know, to tick our boxes, deliver the facilities and move on? So I mean, it's not just about there is a budget, there is a commitment, there is accountability, but we need quality and we need to keep in mind that this is a service that must be appreciated by the people. So, and it's a great chance, it's a great chance. So in any case, we have seen that in the 3 states that we are working in now, we have a great potential. We will hear a lot about Telangana and the mission Bhagirath to provide safe water at the doorstep. So that's a front runner. We can learn from there. And as we speak today, we hear that there is 96% of people with access to tap water. And there are big ambitions also in Andhra Pradesh with multiple schemes, and also with Karnataka with Jaladhare program to cover all villages and households. So the 3 states of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and Karnataka are somehow leading, and we can learn a lot and replicate the best practices in other states. So again, Jal Jeevan Mission, it's about water supply, but it's about a service. So it's about operation maintenance, water quality, and water resource management. And that is a big challenge on water resource management. As mentioned by Sony, and then we'll hear also from the colleagues, UNICEF is on service mode. We are here to help you. We need to hear what are the expectations from UNICEF, and we'll try to really stick to that. You know us, you know a bit our added value. We have been investing a lot on community-based approaches and capacity development. As we speak, we are now working on the capacity development for each and every GPs in the country, 250,000 of them, to train them on both the Jal Jeevan Mission and the Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2. And this capacity development is ongoing. And so we'll continue to be by your side. We also have been investing a lot on system strengthening for water quality monitoring. And so we are here to support and to listen to your ask and your priorities and stick to that. So great potential, but also a lot of challenges. So, I mean, the baseline, I mean, Telangana is leading the path, but as of today, from the data we have about 34% of households in Andhra Pradesh and 29% of households in Karnataka that have functional tap water connection at the house. So this is the baseline. So to reach 100%, it's still a lot of work to achieve. And it requires rigorous planning, implementation, and monitoring. Let's not start the race to ensure quality and sustainability. I think we still have a bit of time to plan carefully, to train, and then when we engage all the resources, make an impact. Let's take time a bit. Because this issue of water, I mentioned the diarrheal disease and the impact, but there are broader issues. We hear about the over-exploitation of underground water in India, and according to estimates, around 600 million Indians are facing high to extreme water stress. And so this means that a lot of people are dying because of poor access to safe drinking water. And unfortunately, with the climate changes, this is not going to improve. So we really have to strengthen the effort on water resource management and changing the mentalities of the users, be it the communities that or the use of water for agriculture or industrial development. And the decline of the groundwater table is well established in India. It has declined of about 4 meters in the past 20 years. And with this comes an increase in contamination with chemical contaminants, such as uranium and other contaminants. So these are the issues of overexploitation of groundwater and contamination are really important, including in the 3 states that we're working in now. And this has a big impact. 37 up to 38 million Indians are affected by waterborne disease. And this costs a lot to the country. Some estimates show that India is losing something like $600 million per year because of water issues. And then beyond chemical contamination, we also have issues in terms of bacteriological contamination and with fecal coliform. In 2019, UNICEF did a study showing the impact of the Swachh Bharat mission in protecting underground water. And we could see that it has quite a good impact here on protecting groundwater. But we could also see that during the rainy season, the floor are being washed and then the water gets contaminated again. So this issue of water goes hand in hand with sanitation. We cannot dissociate the two. And the main issue with also bacteriological contamination is that we don't have enough data. We have a few data here and there, and we don't have the big picture, so we don't know the extent to which people are exposed to bacteriological contamination and transmitting diarrheal diseases. So this brings me to something very important. The JJM guidelines, the philosophy, the principle is really to hand over the responsibility to manage water to the GP level in rural areas. And including, so this means that we could strengthen the capacity for water quality monitoring at this level. I mean, for some specific contaminants, water quality monitoring can be difficult, but for most of the contaminants, especially bacteriological contamination, this is not rocket science. With simple kits and good communication and training, it's very easy to hand over this routine monitoring to the GP level, while the laboratories can look into more into details when we find issues. And so this is something we hope to contribute to. It's to strengthen the capacity at the GP level and to monitor water and to inform the communities about the quality of the water they drink. Because people even often don't know about the water issue. Water has no smell, water is transparent. It doesn't mean that it is safe. And people need to understand how water contamination works and be informed about the quality they drink, and they need to be knowledgeable. Indeed, these days, I'm spending a few weeks in France, in my country. There is a very strong systematic water quality monitoring. And if the public administration deliver a contaminated water to the people, they are liable and they can be sent to jail. I mean, it is monitored regularly, and if people, it will be like an attack directly on the public service. If ever contamination is found in water, people are sentenced and guilty. So this is the way India also will go when water quality monitoring improves. The other issue, it's again this change of mindset. All the engineers and the technicians listening to this webinar have the knowledge. Today, their knowledge will be strengthened, but how to pass on the knowledge to the grassroots level. The more we decentralize the management of water supply, the better and the more sustainable is the water service. So this is where all the governance structure established in India must be a reality. I see a lot of those structures, water users, village water committees. They are real on paper, but not often real on the ground. And those governance structures are really important so that water is managed properly. So again, a change of mindset, not just ticking the box, but try to have a real functionable governance structure at the grassroots level. They exist. I've been to the field. I've seen in some places where it's working very well, but I've also seen places where we have lists, we have paperwork, but in the field, nobody is aware of what, and it's not a reality. And this is an issue because, again, the investment on the Jal Jeevan Mission might be lost if those governance structures are not well established and sustainable, including the local management of the financial aspects of water. There is money nowadays for water, but without, it would be a waste if it's not managed properly. So that's I think, a very important challenge ahead of us, and an important accountability for all of us to transfer the competences at the grassroots level and be here service-oriented while they drive the service. I mentioned at the beginning, I mean, Jal Jeevan Mission is not just about water supply, it's also about water resource management. And we all know about the drought issue. 7 districts in Andhra Pradesh and 3 districts in Karnataka are subjected to climate hazards such as cyclones, but also droughts. Almost all districts in Telangana, 16 districts in Karnataka, and 4 districts in Andhra Pradesh are subject to frequent droughts. And this affects a huge proportion of the population. And this is not going to improve because of the climate change issue. You see the curves of the rain pattern in India, and it's not looking good. So we need to accelerate here water protection measures and for environmental sustainability. And a lot can be done here in terms of communication. And here also, this is perhaps an area where UNICEF can support. It's all the work around communication to sensitize, to raise awareness on drought and underground water issues, so that communities and water users respect water, and there is much less wastage on water usage. And I will finish with one or two key aspects here on water. It's all the work around operation maintenance. Having a nice water facility is not enough. If it's not properly operated, it will be wasted in a couple of years. And here, again, there is a very contrasted pictures from the field visit I could, and the field work I could do in India. In some places, I see a very strong system for operation maintenance with trained technicians who know about their work and do the work properly with a clear routine and accountability, because they report back to the GPs and they report back to the communities on the work. But in other places, I've seen some unskilled technicians who are not regularly paid, who do not take the safety measures. And let's not forget that we have entered in the COVID-19 era, and the safety measures and hygiene is particularly important. A technician handling water supply with dirty hands takes a big risk of contaminating the entire community with COVID. So here, the professionalism and the capacity of the technicians is really important. And we hope that we can contribute as well to a greater participation of small-scale service providers of the private sector for to support the public service of water supply. And a good technician who has great hygiene practices and is knowledgeable should be paid what needs to be paid for the service. It's a service, and if the quality is there, then the service must be paid so that it is maintained, as we have in countries where water supply is ensured with quality. Also, an important dimension in this whole management and governance of water, it's the role of women. Look at us around in this webinar, and including us in UNICEF, we can see that this water supply work is very much male dominant. And we have all seen it, you have seen it, when women get involved in managing water and managing many other aspects of economic development, things are working well. So let's ensure that, you know, in those governance structure, we have gender parity, we have leadership placed in the hands of women. For all the decision makers listening to this webinar, hand over the management and the responsibility to women, and train them, and you will see the result and how sustainable that is compared to if women are involved, and we can help with that. So these are the few words from my end. Again, thank you very much for associating UNICEF to this very important initiative. We'll be by your side. We are accountable to support and to meet your priorities. So speak up, let us know what you need from UNICEF, and this is what we are going to prioritize listening to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. That was Nicholas Osbert, drawing our attention to the preventable children deaths and also to the loss of economy just because of lack of safe drinking water. And he highlighted the challenges for us depleting groundwater table, institutional mechanism, management, climate issues that are really thwarting access to safe drinking water. And also, he has provided us areas to strengthen in the areas of water quality monitoring, knowledge transfer to the grassroots level, strengthening operation and maintenance systems, communication, water resources management, and also tuning to the COVID-19 context. Yes, all this definitely will take us to really be able to realize having safe access of safe water to all. Yes, Nicola, the wind is really blowing in our favor, and we will be able to do it. Thanks a lot. And thanks joining so early morning from France. Thank you very much for very comprehensive. So now I request my colleague, WASH specialist to UNICEF Hyderabad, Mr. Salathiel Nalli, to draw the context for this webinar. Over to you, Nalli.
Yeah, thank you, Venkatesh. Good morning to all the dignitaries, RWS officials from 3 states, resource people and other participants. So we are privileged to have this collaboration and partnership with rural water supply and sanitation, Panchayati Raj and rural development departments in Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Telangana. So today I got up in the morning and went to washroom and opened the tap. So water came. It's a clean and a safe water. So I never thought about anything in the night or in the morning. I just went and then opened the tap and the water is there inside my house, as it is with all of you. And that is going to be the reality for all the households in the country in the coming 3 to 4 years. Do we believe it? Yes, it's happening in front of our eyes, and we are the most privileged and lucky generation to see women carrying water for kilometers, and at the same time we will be able to see the change that they get up in the morning, open the tap, and the water is there. So it's like very exciting, like my colleague Sony was pointing out. So it's a very exciting transformation that we are going to see, and we are all geared up for that. Now, I would like to put forth, as we venture into this mission, we also need to look at what next and plan for a sustainable, safe, and reliable water supply systems to all our communities. I think we need to graduate from all the discussions we had so far in the last 10 years. So whether water is a public good or a private, is it should be community managed or government managed, whether single village schemes are better or multi-village schemes are better, whether it has to be groundwater based, is it better, or surface was based is better. So we all pass all those debates, and now we are in a mission to provide clean water to every doorstep. So in this context, what do we need to look forward to? And we can put all the pipelines, we can do all the excellent engineering work, but we need water in those pipelines. And we know that our states, some of the parts of our state are drought prone and water is very scarce. So I want to put forward 4 points for you to think it over. As we finish this mission of providing every doorstep, we should be in a position also to make it sustainable. So one of the area we need to think is in terms of the recycled water. You all know that we are providing maybe 55 LPCD or 40 LPCD, and we know in Telangana in urban areas, so they are trying to provide 150 LPCD. How much water we use it for drinking? it's hardly 2 liters, 3 liters per person. And what happens to other water? It all goes back into the earth. So one area we need to look at is looking at how do we recycle this water, maybe by putting separate pipelines for recycled water, which is in a huge quantity, maybe starting with urban areas or peri-urban areas in our vicinity. So the second thought, what I want to leave with you is in terms of our commercial use of water. We have this National Water Policy 2012, and it doesn't say much about commercial use of water, both groundwater and surface water. So a water supply plant or an industry can drill a borewell in their premises, and then there is no way to charge them for using that water. So we need to think about how do we charge industries and water supply units so that water belongs to the community. It's a public good. Some sort of guidelines and all that we should be able to come up by the time we complete our mission of providing safe water at every doorstep. The third area is in terms of regulating water wastage. I think many of you know that recently Delhi has introduced a fine for people or households who are wasting water. So that means a neighbor, if he sees that somebody is wasting water, so they can inform Delhi Jal Board and they will be charging first time 2,000 rupees fine and every subsequent time 5,000 rupees fine. So these type of regulations, we need to think in the future what type of regulations we require in our state so that water is utilized properly as per the requirement. There is no water wastage. And the fourth thought I want to leave it with you is in terms of water quality. My chief Nicolas explained in France that that's a very, very important area. Yes, we do water quality management. We do testing of water before supply. So most of our water is clean. And how many parameters we test? So if you look at bottled water companies, like Bisleri reports that they test 114 parameters. And as per IS Indian standards, so we need to test 72 parameters as per IS 10500. So we need to look at our whole water quality aspect. So when we are ensuring, when we are telling that we are ensuring safe water supply to all the households, maybe it's time to redefine what is safety means. So in the next 4 years, at the end of ensuring water at every household, so we can say with pride and with guarantee that the water we are supplying is absolutely safe. So I think in this meeting or in this webinar, so we'll be learning more about the current 4 years, how we are going to go ahead, what are the principles, rules and regulations of water supply, drinking water supply, which we'll be able to provide to every household. and together the government and UNICEF and other stakeholders together, I think we will be able to achieve our goal in a very, very short period of time. I wish you all the very best for this continuing of this webinar. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, Ali. Thanks for your talk and sharing your thoughts. Definitely, I think as we move forward in the Jal Jeevan Mission, we'll be looking at higher levels of definition, redefining what is safe water, and also looking at the technologies that are more useful for drawing more water, actually, making water available rather. Thank you. Now, I have with us the guest of the day from Karnataka, Sri Holiyachi Parsappa Basappa, Chief Engineer, Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Department, Government of Karnataka. I may request Mr. Basappa to please share his key message for the day. Over to Mr. Basappa.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh. Good morning to all the dignitaries from UNICEF, Telangana State, Andhra Pradesh, and Karnataka, and also to all my colleagues in my office. Sir, what we have done is we have sent the message for all the district level officers so as to present in this webinar. I think, in my opinion, there are about 1,000 plus participants are there from my state, so as to have the awareness, because to implement this one of the most prestigious program what I have seen ever. Awareness is very important. Once you get the awareness, then only we can proceed. That's why we have invited all the officers from my district level, state level, and also at the GP level also we have invited. That's why I welcome them also. As already the three participants have told about the Jal Jeevan Machine. See, we are in a state wherein the water is one of the precious and essential thing to have a life on this earth. See, air is free. The water, the next thing is, next to air is the water one. But in the olden days, there may not be much importance on the quality. Nowadays, the quality problem is there because of lot of contamination and all. So not only the quality, we have to give water quantity and quality, because to have the quality life of a human being on the earth, there is, we have to give a prescribed quantity, that is whatever the quantity you want, and the quality water. So far, whatever the quantity we are giving was in the rural areas at a very far distances. This machine, that is Jal Jeevan Machine, it is aiming at giving minimum 55 LPCD and a quality water through functional household. It is one of the prestigious and a great machine what we have seen ever. So in order to go ahead with this one, we have to consider a lot of factors. That's number one, to have a sustainable supply, that's quality and quantity water. We have to plan properly, we have to implement properly, and we have to maintain. These three things happens only when a ownership, we have the user should have, they are the owners of that assets, whatever they have created, then only it is possible. Otherwise, what happens, you know, it is a government scheme or a government asset, they have to maintain like that. If that is there, then all these schemes, whatever we have built, they will. So one of the important factors what they have considered in this Jal Jeevan Machine is the implementation, planning, implementation, and maintenance of that in-village facility is entirely rest with the in-village community only, and even they have to contribute to that one, to have a sense of that ownership, because when they pay, then only they will get that authority. Yes, it is my asset. So this is one of the key things that is there. Secondly, as you have said, we have to finish end this program by 2024 in our state with the directions and with the initiative taken from our political executives. We are going to complete this Jal Jeevan Mission by the end of 2023 only. That is within a period of 3 years. That's 1 year ahead of the targeted dates. In our state, at present, we are having around 90,000 households are there. And out of that, hardly we are having, there's around 25 lakhs, I'm sorry, that 25 lakhs households have been connected with this. Out of that 25, hardly there are about 7 lakh tap connections are with FSTCs. Still, we have to make, that's 18,000 HTCs to FSTCs we have to make. This year, we are planning around 23 lakh FSTC connection. We have planned for that one around 7,000 crore of rupees planning we are making. And out of this 30 districts, we are planning complete coverage of 1 district, sir, in this one. So why I have given the, anyway, I will share some of the slides. Some of the slides I will move within no time. This is status of households. Small. This is the FSTC status. This is what is the infrastructure we are having, sir, now at present.
Basappa sir, ಇದು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್.
ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? So it is not seeing, sir?
No, not visible still.
Okay, I'll tell what.
Yeah, they can share again, it will come.
You can share again. Click ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತೆ.
Sometimes it takes time to load.
Sir, if you can share it.
Okay. That process is on. So it is there, sir?
No, sir.
Sir, ಹೇಳಿಬಿಡಿ.
Okay. We have planned that's year we have planned around 23 lakh household connections, that's the FSTCs to plant, and in the subsequent 2 years we are planning roughly around 20 lakhs plus. That's in the next 2 years, and so as to finish the program, just complete the Jal Jeevan program by 2023 only, sir. See, not only building up the infrastructure or providing only once, that's what you have told this earlier dignitaries. The maintenance, O&M policy must be there in place. For that one, we are planning for the state O&M policy. At present, all the MUS schemes in our state are maintained by our department, and all the SBS schemes are maintained by the GPs. But the policy is not there yet. Already we are having that drop policy we have made. That will be made. Final copy will be made soon, so that the maintenance problem will be taken care of that one. And also regarding the quality aspect, in our state we are having around 77 labs. There's at district level 30 labs are there. At taluka level around 47 labs are there. All the labs are not up to the mark of the NABEL accreditation, but we are planning this year around 30 labs to enable them, so that our procedures, the testing must be in a proper way and it should be acceptable by all. And also we are planning in subsequent years to have the labs at all the block levels, block levels, because one of the critical factor in the rural water supply is as you have seen in the past, almost all the diseases, whatever the people, rural people get, that will be almost by the waterborne diseases only. If you tackle this problem, this quality problem, we can contribute to the quality life of the rural people. That is one of the aspects. That is why we are moving ahead by providing all the labs to the block level also. See, this is one of the prestigious program we are put in. So we should work not only from our mind. If we think that it is my program, and if I work from my heart, then only this machine will be in a complete manner. If it is if you think all that this is one of the scheme launched by central government and state government in collaboration, we have to complete as per the timeline. This for sake it will be there. So my humble request to all the dignitaries present from all the states, and also those who are present in this one, you communicate whatever the inputs you are getting from this webinar, and at least send a good signals among all, so as to give a complete comprehensive development in this water supply system. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Basappa sir. Very comprehensively, you have shared what is happening in Karnataka, and you have laid greater emphasis on planning, implementation, and operation and maintenance by the community, that is the users group itself. And as we all know, the decentralization is really very good in Karnataka state. And now you are talking about state O&M policy. This will definitely fetch a long run for realizing the community ownership of water supply schemes. And of course, you also spoke about strengthening the laboratories system in the state, which will help strengthening the water quality program. Thanks for joining us, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I'll take you to the state which has really led by an example. It is one of the very, very few states that has conceived and demonstrated that water can be provided to every household, and it can be functional household tap connections can be provided to all the households way back almost 1 to 2 years ago itself. And it has taken it as a flagship program of the state and implemented it to realize the dream. And there is none other than Mission Bhagiratha program, and the state is Telangana state. Now I have with me Dr. Sri Nanda Rajanala Garu. He is the former chief engineer and now the senior consultant for Mission Bhagiratha. He is representing engineer in chief of Telangana government. Over to Nanda Garu, and Nanda Garu is a very old friend of UNICEF. We have worked very closely with him. And thanks for joining us, Nanda Garu. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Nanda Rao, retired chief engineer. I'm working as a consultant now. Can I share my screen, please?
Yes, you can, sir.
Yes, please.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can, sir.
Is my screen being shared? I'm not able to look at it.
No, sir.
Not yet. You have to click on the share screen and select the active screen which you want to present.
Yeah.
No.
Share screen I want to share is now active, actually.
So you have to click that click the presentation which you want to share. After clicking share screen, you have to click on the presentation that you want to share.
Okay. Yeah. now I get it. Yeah, I'm sharing. Yeah, now it's okay.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Can you make it slideshow?
Yeah,
Wonderful. Perfect, sir.
yeah. Actually, yeah. Now I'm able to do it. Yeah, yeah. So, at the outset, I would like to say that the Telangana state is now in, now Telangana state is in JJM plus. JJM plus.
Not yet.
Yeah.
You have to click on the share screen and select the active screen
Yeah.
which you want.
Now I'm able to do it. Yeah. Mission objective is to provide 100 liters per capita per day of treated drinking water through functional household tap connections in rural habitations of Telangana.
Please continue, sir.
To provide bulk supply to all bodies to enable 135 LPCDs to municipalities and 150 liters per capita to municipal corporations. And to meet the industrial needs of the state, we also allocated 10% of the overall demand for the industrial purpose. The Mission Bhagiratha covers about 1.11 lakh square kilometers of area of the state outside the outer ring road of Hyderabad. And we are catering to 23,968 rural habitations and also 120 urban local bodies.
Please continue, sir. Please continue.
And we are tapping water from surface water from Krishna and Godavari rivers, tributaries. And in all, we are tapping 59.94 TMC as of now. And by ultimate year of design 2048, we will be tapping about 86.11 TMCs. The principle of design is it's an end-to-end design solution planned to meet the requirements of 2048. It relies on treating surface waters from major rivers Godavari and Krishna. For all the surface water bodies, a reserve is maintained for drinking water purposes by fixing minimum drawdown level. This is very important and we have to work in coordination with the irrigation department who have the ownership of most of the reservoirs. The fundamental principle inbuilt into its design is that we want to convey water mostly by gravity, and our network 98% of it is being served by gravity. These are the two river basins. The upper yellow one is Godavari river basin and the bottom pink one is Krishna river basin. And the whole state is divided into 26 segments and each segment has its own source and different number of water treatment plants. In principle, we are drawing water from a source, a reservoir, and raw water is being pumped into the water treatment plant at the aerator. This water will flow into the flash mixer and to the clariflocculators and get decanted and the clear water gets into the filter beds, and after filtration, the water is stored in the sump, and the clear water is pumped through this pump house to different levels for servicing. And the whole project is designed in coherence with the geography and topography of the state. Here, if you see, we have ground balancing reservoirs, ground level balancing reservoirs at different levels. So each one catering to a specific geographical area, and the water will be delivered into the village OHSR by gravity. And the power requirements are through our exclusive substations built by the power distribution corporations. We have outsourced the work of these power systems to the concerned power distribution corporations. The stages that are involved are to source the water through intake wells, convey it to the water treatment plants, and clear water to be pumped to overhead balancing reservoirs to get the required height to deliver the water by gravity into the village overhead service reservoirs and transmit through secondary pipeline network. Within the village, intra-village network, the water is served through functional household taps. At the time of design of the project, we also had a pipe policy, keeping in line with the CPHEO guidelines. We have used mild steel pipes, ductile iron pipes, and BWSCCP, PCCP, and HDPE pipes. Also, we have used HDPE and PVC pipes, mostly in secondary pipelines, intra-village networks. And one of the unique feature of this project is to ensure equitable distribution of water within the village, wherever your house is located, irrespective of the elevation where your house is located, to get equal amount of water at the design pressure. We have used these flow control valves. They ensure 5 liters per minute flow, irrespective of where your house is located. And we have used latest softwares, EPANET and other software. And the village network is mapped. And we also integrated whatever existing pipeline network in the village. And we made zoning and ensuring residual pressures. We have designed the pipe and pipe diameters. And we are proud to say that this project is completed within 3 years of conception. We have in all 69 intake structures, 19 of which are new, and 50 existing intake structures have been integrated. Similarly, different structures that have been built over the years under different programs are integrated with our Mission Bhagiratha. So we have now 113 water treatment plants and 895 balancing reservoirs and break pressure tanks, and ground level balancing reservoirs, sumps, and pipeline. We have 1.47 lakh kilometers of pipeline. And the village service reservoirs, we have 36,300 reservoirs, of which almost half of them, 18,000, are newly built. And for any project to be completed in time, we know that these service crossings are very crucial. The service crossings like railways, national highways, and irrigation canals, rivers and rivulets, and roads of either R&B or Panchayati Raj roads. They all play a major role. It is very difficult to get railway crossing permissions and national highway permissions, crossing permissions. So in advance, we have identified the places where these crossings are to come, and we fulfilled all the requirements of the design for those authorities in granting the permissions in time. So we have planned and executed the project in such a way that when we come to that particular point of railway crossing, we are ready to insert the pipe under the pipeline, under the railway line through a casing pipe. And we, in all, we need 187 megawatts of power for our different pump houses, of which 164 are high tension connections and 253 are LT connections. The best practices what we have done under this project, based on our previous experience in NRDWP and other programs, we have avoided using GRP and AC pipes. And for laying our pipelines, we have brought in this right to use act, wherein the department has the right to lay a pipeline along the road, or even sometimes in agricultural lands, since our pipelines run 1.2 meters below the ground level. Over the pipeline also, the agricultural activity can take place. Except that in private lands, the private landowners cannot build any structures over the pipeline. We have done vendor registration, identifying the different manufacturers. We had a meeting with them, and based on their capacities and capabilities and the quality, we have registered their supply for supplying the materials. We have not given any mobilization advance to the agencies, and 6 firms and contractors who have availed or planning to avail corporate debt restructuring have been not permitted to participate in our bidding process. And we have designed the WTPs with a recycling system to minimize the wastage of water during backwash of filters. And the project has been designed in-house, and the engineers in-house are given training. We have recruited different engineers into the department. Regular review meetings were held at the highest level. Even Honorable CM used to conduct our review meetings. Earlier in his talk, the Chief Engineer Karnataka was mentioning about the implementing agency, the departmental engineers at the different levels, about owning the project, implementation, and also villagers in O&M to own the project. This is one of the momentous day, that is the 10th September 2014, when our Honorable Chief Minister held a meeting with all the engineers of the department, right from the Assistant Executive Engineer to the Engineering Chief. And he motivated the department in such a way that by the end of the meeting, everyone raised their hands of commitment to complete the project within the stipulated time. We have used latest surveying equipment and trained the engineers. And with all these inputs, we have completed coverage of 54,37,739 households with functional taps till date. In a way, we have achieved our JJM target, and we are in JJM plus mode. Under operation and maintenance and service delivery, we have ensured that each and every household will get the designed liters per capita, 100 liters per day through the flow control valves. And now we are doing cluster level monitoring, and the team is deployed to ensure that quality, quantity, timings, and regularity are ensured in each and every habitation of the state. Subdivisional level monitoring teams are deployed, and once the 100% functional household taps are functioning, the Gram Panchayat will give a resolution about its satisfactory functioning of these taps. And the contact number of the engineer concerned for those habitations are listed or displayed in the Gram Panchayat, so that the people, if they have any grievance, they can get in touch with the engineer concerned. We have also conducted operation maintenance workshops and trainings to the engineers, and we are ensuring that bulk supplies are reaching to each and every habitation. And the community participation is ensured through a definite institutional mechanism. DWSM and VWSCs are existing or being strengthened as per the JJM guidelines. The VWSCs are entrusted with the overall management, supervision, and smooth functioning of the intra-village supply. The department will ensure through the Mission Bhagirath Corporation that the water will reach to each and every habitation. That means the source, water treatment plants, balancing reservoirs, and the primary and secondary pipelines are maintained by the corporation through the agency that has executed the project. In this project, we have a unique provision of 5 years of defect liability with the agency that has executed the project, and further 5 years responsibility of operation and maintenance. So in all, for 10 years, the project will be with the agency that has executed the project. And the log sheets or daily supply are signed by the Gram Panchayat, village water sanitation committee members, and the Sarpanch, and they are now being monitored online. Liaising with the Mission Bhagirath department will be done by the VWSC, and they will also ensure that the last mile connectivity is sustainable, and the water supply to the through taps are of good quality. We are ensuring IS 10500 standards. As Mr. Nali has mentioned, we are also conscious of quality of supplies we are making, and the department has about 76 laboratories, and 4 of them are NABL accredited. We are looking into these aspects. And different dignitaries have visited our project, and this old lady of about 98 years of age is now enjoying the supply of water at her doorstep. And here we are demonstrating the pressure ensured through flow control valve at the first floor level. These are different workshops and trainings have been taken place. Trainings are imparted Trainings are imparted to Gram Panchayat Sarpanches, village secretaries, Anganwadi workers, village water sanitation committee members, and village watermen. It's a unique and innovative way of training. Innovative way of training, wherein seeing is believing. So we are bringing all these functionaries to the water treatment plant and they are taken around the water treatment plant, right from the aerator to the clear water pumping station and chlorination chambers, and they are made aware what are the processes and steps involved in treatment of water, making the raw water coming to the potable stage, and they are all happy at the end of the training and their orientation. And we are also ensuring that these people are made aware of the problems of consuming RO water and the benefits of Mission Bhagirath water, which is wholesome. So different workshops, training programs at village level are conducted. And incidentally, today we are celebrating the 4th anniversary of the commissioning of Mission Bhagirath by the Honorable Prime Minister. It was done on 7th August 2016. And now I'll take you through some of the photographs of the structures we have constructed. These are some of the intake structures. Here's a pump house. So that these are some treatment plants. A 70 MLD water treatment plant, 145 MLD plant, 125 MLD plant. And another aspect is that we have laid a OFC duct along with our pipelines so that we can, the T-fiber project can also make use of these ducts. This is how the project is designed in coherence with the topography and geography of the state. This is one of the biggest diameter we have used, 2.4 meters diameter, and he is our former Chief Secretary, Mr. S.P. Singh sir. And you can drive Maruti Alto through the pipeline to check. These electrical substations, we have used the expertise of the power distribution corporations. We have offloaded this component to the corporations so that the expertise of those corporations is used by the department. We have used latest modern horizontal drilling technology so that the traffic is not disrupted when we are inserting the pipeline below the track. Some of the crossings of the canals, village service reservoirs. At the end, we have the water in the each and every household. Even remotest of the tribal areas, we have this Mission Bhagirath project. So about 125 isolated habitations are there where we cannot take the surface water but through taps, through pipes. There we have gone for solar powered tube wells and supplying water to each and every household. Using the Right of Use Act, User Act, we have laid the pipelines in even agricultural lands of our Honorable Chief Minister. And the project has received a lot of accolades. HUDCO presented the awards thrice to the project for the infrastructure sector through innovative initiatives. Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned Mission Bhagiratha project in his Man Ki Baat, and the software we have developed to monitor this project has been awarded Scotch Award. These are some of the dignitaries who have visited our projects. So with this, I thank UNICEF for giving us this opportunity to project our Mission Bhagiratha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nanda sir. It was fantastic showing us what Telangana has really achieved. And for all the 700 to 800 participants who are there in today's webinar, it was almost taking them through Telangana state and to the Mission Bhagiratha project. Fantastic. Thanks a lot. And as you have led as an example, and also being the 4th anniversary of Mission Bhagiratha today, I request all the participants to go to their chat box and raise to raise hand and say thanks to congratulations to Mission Bhagiratha and the government of Telangana. Can you raise your hands and say congratulations? Go to the participants, click the participants, and then raise your hand. Yeah. By raising your hands, you're giving big hand of claps to Telangana for achieving this biggest thing in the history of Telangana, providing water. Yes, you can raise hands. Thank you very much for taking us through Mission Bhagiratha. It was not an ordinary feat that making this biggest infrastructure and ensuring that water reaches every household, and all the arrangements are made for operation and maintenance. So many of us who could not, like people from Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka who could not go and see all these things in Telangana, today we had the opportunity to learn what is happening in Telangana. Thank you very much. We were expecting engineering chief from Andhra Pradesh. However, he was busy with the chief minister's program. He'll be joining us sometime later. Now, I will take you to Mr. Manish Vasuja, WASH specialist, UNICEF Delhi, to make a presentation on the perspectives of the Jal Jeevan Mission. Over to Manish Vasuja. You can share your screen, Manish.
Yes, I'm doing that. Thank you, Nalli. Just confirm whether you are able to see my screen.
Yes, it's visible, Manish. You can go ahead. And can you make it slide view?
Is it in slide mode?
Yes.
You can see full screen.
No, full screen is not coming. So you can just click one more time and it's in presentation mode.
Okay.
You'll have it below in the corner. No, click on show taskbar on the top.
You come out of it and again start. That will be better.
Yes, it's perfect now.
Okay, yeah. So, thank you everyone for joining. I want to congratulate all the dignitaries who are present there, the state officials from the 3 states Telangana, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh, all the sector partners who are present, all the participants who are there from the 3 states, my UNICEF colleagues and friends. Today, I am going to cover the topic on perspective and policy environment for the roadmap for implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission. Just to briefly introduce, I am Manish. I work with UNICEF as WASH specialist in Delhi and work closely with Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, particularly focusing on the Jal Jeevan Mission program. So today I am going to cover specifically the content will be on evolution of the water supply program over the years, which has been partly covered by Venkatesh also. Then the context of SDG 6.1 and how India is committed to the achieving this SDG 6.1, especially with regard to JJM. Then what is the policy framework and our preparedness for JJM rollout at state level in these 3 states? What government of India is kind of expecting us to do? So this slide actually gives it starts from the below where the water supply was actually prioritized and it came into picture before independence with set up with the Bhores committee, which was set up to provide safe water. And then over the years, different programs, different names of the programs have come up. Accelerated Rural Water Supply Program, then National Rural Drinking Water Program, then there were in between there were other smaller programs like Swajal Dhara, sector reform, Swajal in 2018, and now it's a biggest flagship program of Government of India for rural water supply, which is called Jal Jeevan Mission. It actually, when we say the development agenda of different countries, it is basically SDGs who dictate or who kind of have targets for different developmental activities. There are in SDG which we are going to achieve by 2030, there are 17 goals, and one goal is related to water and sanitation, which is SDG 6. And then there is SDG 6.1 target, which talks about specifically water. So SDG 6.1 says that we have to move this service ladder from no service, unimproved service, limited service, basic service of improved sources to the highest level of the ladder, which is safely managed drinking water. And safely managed drinking water is nothing but improved source located on premise, available when needed, and free from contamination. In MDG era, which was till 2015, we were reaching out to basic service only. But now in SDG, we are talking about safely managed drinking water. And when I talk about India, actually JJM is very much in line with SDG target 6.1, which is reaching out to every household, available when needed, and in on premises and safe from chemical and microbiological contamination. So the Jal Jeevan Mission, as you all know, has a sunset clause till 2024. So it's a 5 years program. It is led by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, and we have seen in Swachh Bharat Mission also, when it was led, there was highest political will. We could see the results of the program, and similarly we believe that this program is going to reach its ultimate outcome of reaching every household with functional household tap connection. Nicola in the morning talk about climate change. So climate resilience is also built into this program by mainstreaming it with other flagship program called Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which is also run by the same ministry, Ministry of Jal Shakti. This program, I will say, one of the USP of this program is that equity and gender are central to this program. In VWSC, the guidelines say that 50% women participation has to be there. It is not only participation, they have to actually participate actively in these VWSC. And we have seen in many, there are many case studies where women have led these village water and sanitation committees, and they have actually shown the results which affect women primarily, because women normally had this role of fetching water. So they take these decisions. So it is central to gender issues. Then when I in the morning there was also discussion on the, and we know this prevailing COVID conditions. So we are actually, this is COVID compliant and COVID sensitive, because we are moving from community water points where many people kind of come together and fetch water to functional household tap connection within our own household. So there is less of kind of risk of spread of the disease. Then this is SDG compliant, as I said, and community managed VWSC. VAP are important component village action plans which have to be prepared in every village. And then there are scope of technologies in O&M, treatment, water quality monitoring. If I talk about policy environment, you all have seen that earlier this was Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. Now it is a Department of Drinking Water Sanitation, because other department, which is a major department of water resource, has also come into convergence with this department, and these are under one particular Ministry of Jal Shakti. The harmonization has been done to ensure that we have both the water resource and drinking water together. So both the supply and demand both are now together, so we can have harmonized programming. Then Jal Shakti Abhiyan is an important component of this program. It's a precursor, because ultimately we want all those taps to have water, and they can only have when we have water conservation. Then water quality is an important component of this. 15th Finance Commission, which gives tied amount and major amount of 30,000, around 30,000 crores this year, has also been dovetailed into this at PRI level, at GP level. So they will have funds where they can actually plan for how do they want to manage these schemes, the PRIs. Then climate variability, so it is taking care of that part also. The scarcity, flash floods, so it has to be resilient. Then we also have these three states fluoride contamination. So in those areas, in Telangana, we have seen when we have reached to that much household tap connection coverage, those people who were relying on contaminated groundwater are not now getting safe water through pipelines. So this is a kind of mitigation program also, and it has been further reiterated by NGT, National Green Tribunal, that by 2020 these habitations should have at least 8 to 10 liter per capita per day for drinking purpose. Then we have so what is JJM? I will say that JJM is there is a change from the earlier program. Earlier we were talking about improved water supply. Now we are talking about in village pipe water infrastructure for tap water connection to every household. It should have reliable drinking water sources which can be by augmentation of existing sources or new sources. Transfer of water, so MVS has been kind of recommended for those villages where quantity and quality problems are there, or even like one-off quantity or quality issues are there. Then technological intervention, they are very much kind of, they have a good scope in this JJM. Retrofitting of complete and ongoing schemes is one of the low-hanging fruits which ministry has identified. Then grey water management, Nalli said that when every household will have water, then there will be some kind of grey water management will be required. So that is an important component. Then capacity building, IEC, communication and climate resilience are some of the important components of JJM. The major fulcrum is that it is community managed, where all of us, all the departments, all other stakeholders are not service providers, but our role is now as facilitators. So this is the change management aspect which JJM is bringing. It is focusing on very large scale capacity building and technical assistance to be given at all levels. And this is linked to the skilling of people, skill building of people through National Skill Development Corporation, state skill development agencies, and other such programs. There is source sustainability is highlighted because we all know if we don't have source, then only taps will not give any water. So groundwater recharge, treatment and reuse of grey water, other conservation activities such as afforestation, etc. are important components which are highlighted even in the village action plans. Then IEC plays an important role in this program. Now, another focus which I want to give in this program is whenever we talk about tap connection, we are saying functional household tap connection. So it is not simple tap connection, it is functional. Functionality means it is able to deliver water at household level. So earlier schemes which were focusing on habitation level, now we are focusing on household level with 55 liter per capita per day service level benchmark, at least 55. I know many states, in these 3 states, all the states almost have higher level of benchmarks. Telangana has higher level, as we have seen in the previous presentation. Empowerment of and the capacity building of Gram Panchayat is key. Village Water Sanitation Committee or any subcommittee of Gram Panchayat will be responsible for maintaining these water sources. So community ownership starts from the beginning, from the planning stage itself. They have to contribute into this scheme in both capex and opex. 10% for capex and 5% in those areas where SC, ST domination is there, and then 10%, 100% in operation and maintenance. So as in Telangana, this Mission Bhagirath, this is also an end-to-end approach where source sustainability and after service delivery like grey water management is also incorporated. Then geotagging of sources is also prescribed because then we are able to bring in the accountability aspect also. So geotagging is an important component, and the program is focusing on not only capital creation or just asset creation, it is focusing on operation maintenance. The institutional mechanism most of us know. So there is a national level Jal Jeevan Mission, then state water and sanitation mission, district water sanitation mission, and Gram Panchayat. So these are the 4 key points where the focus is given. And then the facilitation is played by state water sanitation department, we call it PHED or RWS in all states. Then there are sector partners such as UNICEF, other UN agencies, trusts such as Strata Trust, different foundations are there, and then an important component of this program is when we have to reach out to such a large scale community mobilization, we require more partners at field level. And these are called implementation support agencies. These can be NGOs, village organization, community-based organizations, SHGs, etc. So with all these facilitators, if you see, community is at the center. So there we have to build capacity of community ultimately for management of these services. This I have already covered functionality, so I will skip this. But one thing which I want to focus is the Internet of Things. The technology is one of the important component to monitor functionality, the service delivery. Whether my household in my village is getting 55, at least 55 LPCD or state specific service level benchmark of water supply or not, that can be monitored by technologies, and that can be integrated into the monitoring management and information system, the MIS, at national level and also at state level, to help the policymakers and service providers to see whether schemes are functional or not, or if there are any issues. And there are some very good practices from the 3 states where this workshop is focusing. In all these 3 states, there are very good technological innovations which we actually refer at in national level deliberations. Mission Bhagirtha has very good this system of grievance redressal. Similarly, Karnataka and Andhra, we have to scale this up so that when we are reaching 100% FHTC, then these kind of systems can support. Ministry has a strategy for FHTC. They have an incremental approach towards 100% FHTC by 2024. They are targeting right now low-hanging fruits. We all know those schemes which are which have some households which are yet to be covered. This can be covered through augmentation, through retrofitting, through regularizing connections, through and also focusing on there are different components like saggy villages, SC/ST habitations, SC/ST villages. Then village action plan is an important component of reaching out to 100% FHTC. It's not, as Nicola said in the morning, it's not a race for numbers. We have to adopt a process where we bring in community at large scale. Community mobilization is one important component of this program. This program has to be owned by community. So for that, village action plan is one of the important component where villagers will themselves prepare their plan for water resource management, for water supply, for grey water resource and operation maintenance. And for that you make get implementation support agencies, maybe some number of gram panchayats you can have one ISA. In guidelines it is given at 50 gram panchayats you can have one ISA. And then priority areas are also water quality affected habitations, drought areas, aspirational districts, saggy villages, etc. And where we don't have pipe water supply, so those have to be prioritized. Then there is, whenever we are preparing plan, even at village level, we have to ensure that there is funding from different sources which is collaborated. JJM is one important part of this funding, but then it can be converged with Manarega, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, other such programs such as SBMG2, Swachh Bharat Mission Part 2, and then there are other CSR funding and other source of funding also. Even district mineral funding can be there in these states. Then 15th Finance Commission grants can be used for not only sustainability but also for grey water management, and also operation maintenance is 100% community contribution, where 15 finance commission grant can also be used. But the basic idea is that community own and manage their own water supply. Whether they have, so for owning and managing, I don't have to have nut bolts in my hand. I can employ at Gram Panchayat level an agency to do that. I can have an SHG, a self-help group, who can do that. So empowering those committees to employ those agencies for operation and maintenance of water supply is very important. So major activities are listed which are planned in JJM in this slide. I will just say the last point, which is women are will be front leaders of this program. It has been recommended in guidelines that at least you have 50% women participation in VWSC. These women members, if they can be trained on financial resource management, on fund management, on HR management, then in VWSC they can attain these roles of managing these water supply schemes. If they know what are the areas which they have to focus on to ensure preventive maintenance. So all these key kind of aspects, because major we all know that operationalization happens at state and field level. If we focus on these areas, then we can have extensions of our hands. So it is not few people in the department, but entire community at large become partners in implementation. And with this kind of partnership and with the strategic planning, we can definitely reach out to the goals of JJM. Then there are other partners also who are kind of recommended, like KRCs. You can have key resource centers at state level, at district level, who will give you opportunities of or extended hands for capacity building. We require large scale capacity building in these programs. We require plumbers, we will require technicians, we will require hand pump plumbers or water technicians who will actually not only repair but will also ensure preventive maintenance. So these are some of the important agencies, KRCs, who can provide that kind of capacity building support at large scale. One of the important component which we have to understand in this program is that in this program we can only achieve result because the scale is huge. In last 70 years from independence, we have reached to a coverage of around 22% FHTC. But in next 3 to 4 years, we are talking about attaining 100% FHTC. That means 70 to 80% coverage, or around 75 to 80% coverage has to be attained in next 3 to 4 years, which is 20 times more than what we achieve every year. And if we have to achieve with that kind of target, we need partners. We need skill building at large scale. So that is why convergence with Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana or skill building program is also can be operationalized at state level. We are doing this at national level, but at state level this has more potential because you will be actually building, mapping out skilled manpower or human resource linked with every village. So there we will have more such kind of operational partnerships. Then we have at national level a task force where we are suggesting, and UNICEF is a part of that, where we are suggesting to government how this program can be better operationalized. And we are reviewing the earlier programs also, including the ones in these 3 states. Then we have, it's not just few departments who are responsible, but there are different committees which are formed. I talked about task force. Then there is a technology committee. High Powered Technology Committee under the chairmanship of Principal Scientific Advisor of Government of India, who is reviewing these technologies and recommending it to states. So there also, because we know that there will be need for different technologies for to bring accountability, to bring scale and speed to this program. So for that we are also working on, if you see now Jal Jeevan Mission website, then you will see a real-time dashboard where you have pre-2019 or 2019 data versus today's data. So a baseline versus today's data, where you can see real-time increment in the functional household tap connection. And then a mobile app will also be developed. Then different components under JJM are, the primary components are the HRD, and in that I will say change management is something which is very important. What change management is, that today I am working at 1% per annum rate of progress in FHTC coverage. Why? Because I think that I am the service provider. Now I have to shift my role towards facilitator, not service provider. And I have to empower communities to reach out to that scale, which wants me to work at 20% per annum coverage. So reaching out to that scale, it will not be possible with me only working or my department only working. I need more partners. So I need to change my attitude also, where I will be playing more of facilitator's role than a service provider's role. So, and that is also sustainable. If I say that you are the master, or you are the owner of your water supply, rather than somebody else giving you water supply, who can be the owner of the water supply, you will have more ownership. You will own it, you will take care of it. We will ensure that nobody is harming our water supply when we are the owners. So that kind of change management, keeping community at center, that is very important. Then capacity building and skill development I have already covered, but we are focusing on capacity building of PRIs, on VWSC. Water quality surveillance is key, because so far what we have done is water quality monitoring, but now water quality surveillance, because there will be huge coverage of water supply in all the villages, with each household getting water. If we know at household level these are the safe practices which we have to follow, so the safe water which is coming from the pipe also remains safe at household level. So that kind of water quality surveillance at household level has to be prioritized. Then COVID pandemic, we all know the current situation which is prevailing. In this, as I told, we are moving from community level water sources to functional household tap connection. That is one aspect. But then also ensuring, while we are implementing this program, or while we are doing any kind of social mobilization for this program, how we can use technologies. Today is a great example where we have around I can see around 500 participants in this Zoom call itself. Then we will have YouTube also, where additional people will be, the participants will be there. So how we can reach out to that scale of participants, how we can use technology. So that is very important. And COVID has actually made it possible for us to think more alternatives in terms of service delivery. Then what other opportunities which we have, some of the key one which I will kind of focus is utility approach. We are now targeting all the GPs to act like utilities. So it is not a department kind of approach, it's a utility kind of approach. It's a self-sustaining approach, where I think that I have to manage my own water sources. At GP level, if I have water user fee connection, water user fee charges, which I collect, and I use it for operation maintenance. I may have other sources of funds, where 15th Finance Commission funds, or some states have state funding also. But ultimately, we have to reach to a sustainable point where the utility becomes self-sufficient. The GPs are self-sufficient. PhD and water supply RWS department will provide guidance to these GPs how to operate and maintain these water supplies. Like Telangana is doing, they are now, as the speaker told, that we are in JJM plus mode. We have already reached that, we have covered that JJM, almost universal coverage, but now we are in JJM plus mode. So there we are talking about sustainability aspect. And other important component which Nicola also mentioned is water quality management. Water quality is a dynamic issue. We can we can control chemical contaminants by providing safe water supply, but then water handling practices at household level, water risk management from other contaminants, stagnant water, etc., which will remain there. So we have to 24/7 we have to make sure that those kind of risks are not contaminating our water sources. So how we are managing those risks, how we are making sure that there is no stagnant water around water source, or there is no contamination, there is no mixing of water. If we have 24/7 water supply, then it's less prone to water contamination than intermittent water supply. So how we have that aspiration of reaching out to safe water supply 24/7. So that is very important. And with that few points, I stop my presentation here, and I'm open to any kind of questions or comments which you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Manish Vasuja. It was a wonderful presentation, brought to us the JJM in a very crisp and comprehensively to us, all the various aspects of JJM. Now it's very clear to us. Any questions? Can you please type it in chat box? Anybody has questions, please type it in chat box. Are you there for some more time, Manisha, Manishji? Because
yes, I will be there. I will be
we
there.
are taking questions at the end.
No problem, no issues.
Okay. Thank you. How was it? How was the day so far? So if you are enjoying the whole sessions and you are ready for next up to 2 p.m. this program will go on another 1.5 hours. If you are ready, just type yes in the chat box. We are waiting for your answer. If you have enjoyed the sessions so far and if you are ready for next 1.5 hours, just type yes in the chat box, please. Raviteja, can you look at the chat box?
Yes, very good response, sir. Both here and on YouTube as well, people are like typing yes.
Okay. How about in YouTube?
Yes, YouTube as well, sir.
Okay, fantastic. There are some questions also, like from Karnataka colleagues who are asking questions on Mission Bhagirath. Maybe Manikanta, can you collect all the questions and keep it for the end? We can ask Mr. Nanda to answer those. Fantastic, fantastic response. So you filled our energy again for the next 1.5 hours of the webinar. Now we will take you to the Primo team. Primo is a national agency supporting ministry and also working along with UNICEF. So supporting various programs of water and sanitation. You may all be knowing there is a biggest training program called Swajal and Swachgaon, which was conducted across the country with the support of Primo. In Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, all 3 states we have conducted this program. We have with us Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni, Director of Primo, and his team, Mr. Lakshmikant Shinde, Ruby, Bistrita, Medha, all with us to take us through the Jal Jeevan Mission, various components of the Jal Jeevan Mission, various aspects of the Jal Jeevan Mission program. Over to Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni. Nilesh ji, please take over. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to take much of your time as yesterday. I'm just already Venkatesh ji has introduced our team. Many thanks to all the UNICEF colleagues and as well as the various dignitaries of the state government departments who have spoken and given very good information. Now I will hand over the control to our team lead Lakshmikant Shinde, who is going to be with you with the team of 3 others for the next 1.5 hour. I hope you will gain a lot of new inputs through these deliberations, and your questions are most welcome. Thank you very much. Over to Lakshmikant.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you all dignitaries. It was really a great pleasure to listen each and every person who have already mentioned about Jal Jeevan Mission. It was really a new insight for every one of us. So now to start with our sessions, we will start with conceptualization of JJM. Give me a minute. Okay. So now, welcome Andhra, Karnataka, and Telangana. It's a great pleasure today. We got opportunity to go through Telangana project Mission Bhagirathi. It was a great pleasure, and also now for this session we'll be speaking about the Jal Jeevan Mission. What is the target in our hand as for all the 3 states as well as nation. We'll also speak about NRDWP current challenges, vision, mission, and objective of Jal Jeevan. We will go through the strategy for implementation of JJM, institutional mechanism, though it has been already mentioned earlier, but we'll just go through that. Jal Jeevan Mission achievements and challenges. So now all the 3 states we have, as it has already spoke, that on a larger scale we'll have to work. So these are the figures, and that energy we need to put. We need to just put on shoes, and within next 3 to 4 years, it's good to listen that Karnataka has targeted in next 3 years, that is 2023. So we need to put more energy to scale up to the 71.11%. So now these are the figures. What exactly this figure says, that it demands more efforts from us, right from state to GP, in terms of capacity, in terms of management, in terms of policy. So now just to revisit, there are some learnings as far as NRDWP program was there. We faced some challenges, like in the entire program was infrastructure focused and more dependent on PhD. Why we are saying more dependent? Because we know that it's a backbone of our water supply scheme, and without PhD it is not possible. But just to support and to come up with there is a change in JJM approach. As far as infrastructure is concerned, here PhD will be in technical advisory role, as now Manish sir said, that more about the facilitation, and the district collector will be in charge of planning and implementation, like the larger cost variance across the state and schemes. So this was the challenge we were facing during NRDWP planning and implementation. Now in JJM there is a shift, like differential allocation considering water availability and balanced household to be connected. So now we are talking about household. Right, Manish rightly said that we used to focus on house habitations, but now we are talking about balanced households. Funding not linked to milestones. This is really very important point as far as JJM is concerned right now. So now we are talking about functionality. We are linking our investment up to the functional household tap connection. So functionality assessment and functionality is very important part. Whatever investment we are doing, we are assuring that each and every individual will get safe, adequate, and regular drinking water, and also limited efforts for source sustainability. We are aware that we have schemes, we have infrastructure, but our sources are not adequate, and due to which now those schemes are not functioning, and we have number of dysfunctions with us now. And to overcome this, JJM approach is end to end, right from source up to the functionality. So mandatory rainwater harvesting in public buildings, and we have to go for recharge structures for groundwater sources, and also we are talking about reuse of the domestic wastewater facilitation. So that is very much important. Nali sir has also mentioned that can we reuse wastewater, which is a huge amount of wastewater is going to is generating, and the water what we are consuming and the water we are getting as an wastewater, so we need to reuse and supply it for non-drinking or non-domestic purposes also. Also, during NRDWP, the limited water uses I see was that our focus was more on infrastructure, like, and now we are talking about the community participation, community ownership. So IEC plays very important role in JJM as far as water saving is concerned, uses of water is concerned, water conservation measures are concerned, and that will definitely help us to transfer the community ownership for operation and maintenance. The last point here is the accountability and funding for operation and maintenance. Yes, geotagging is definitely going to help us for accountability. At the same time, community own and community manage is the key for accountability and also for the ownership as far as operation maintenance is concerned. So JJM has given us the strength for maintaining, managing, and towards the sustainability for our water supply schemes. JJM, if we go through the JJM vision, it says that we have to supply adequate quantity. That means that minimum 55 LPCD per LPCD water with the prescribed quality on a regular and long-term basis, and also at the affordable service delivery charges, so that our GPs will be in a position to manage the scheme, and also the capital cost can be manageable at the GP level. Also, now we are saying that the Jal Jeevan Mission speaks about to provide every household with a functional house tap connection that can be provided an adequate amount of safe water for drinking, cooking, and other domestic basic needs on a sustainable basis. So with this mission and with this vision, so we will just go through some objectives of Jal Jeevan Mission. The first thing is that planning of participatory rural water supply, that is very important. We need to adopt community-led planning process, and that will be really helpful for us to achieve the vision and the mission of Jal Jeevan Mission. Secondly, that state for creation of water supply infrastructure by 2024, and almost we have crossed some miles. We have finished the initial task about the AIP and the rest of the thing. Now we need to go for micro planning. State to plan for drinking water security. That's really very important. As the learning from NRDWP also demand us to put more focus on water security aspects of drinking water supply scheme. Here we want GP to own, and thus it demands that we want them to involve right from the planning, during implementation, management, and own and operate and maintain the scheme. So the capacity building I see really plays very important role. We need to strengthen our PRI and village level functionaries so that it will be easy for them to manage the schemes and to own the schemes also. Now this is very important now, yeah, to develop robust institution for robust institution for service delivery and financial sustainability by promoting utility approach. When we are talking about utility approach, we should have that trained HR with us. We will need some support agencies. We will need to restructure means our arrangements at certain positions also. So state should take the initiative for that. And when we are chasing such a huge, we want to reach up to this large scale. So we need some reforms as far as institutional arrangements are concerned. Capacity building is non-negotiable at all level, right from GP functionaries up to the state level. And also we need to create awareness in the community for improvement in the quality of life. Unless and until GP owns, it is really very difficult to transfer this ownership. Now the last but the objective is that to the provision and mobilization of financial assets to states and UTs for JJM implementation. Since morning we have seen that the fund allocation is already there. Now we need to have a robust financial assistance at all level for smooth implementation and to speed up to catch the scale. Also here I would like to mention that Jal Jeevan Mission is really, when you go to the operational guidelines, it is to assist, empower and facilitate state to implement this time bond mission. So definitely with this vision, with this mission and objective, there is a demand, there is a need that we need to speed up, we need to scale up, and at the same time we will have to assure the quality of our services, of our infrastructure creation. So when we are talking about speed up, I think that you all will agree that without community participation, it's not possible. So community mobilization really play a very important role when we are talking about 20% per year achievement for this particular program. Also, we need to build capacity of the community. Robust financial planning is required. Institutional reforms are really very much important, not for all states, and not for all levels, but at least when we are talking about block or GP level, we need to think about that. We need some additional support also for community mobilization. Also now what the existing human resources are there with us, we need, Manish sir rightly said that we need to change our mindset or we need to adopt some changes. So definitely it demands some change management or leadership program as far as the speed up and scale is concerned. Now when we are talking about such a use, we want to reach up to such a huge scale. Also, yeah, while we are focusing on community mobilization, we need to mobilize our resources also. So adequate resources should be available to match up with the speed and the scale. Change management approach, really it's very important for Jal Jeevan Mission, as it is a time bond program. So if we want to go through our plan, our state plans, and with the calendar design, we need to adopt some changes. Also, we need to focus on public utility. For that, already we have spoken a lot on that. Leadership development, not only for GPs or PRIs, but also for our government functionaries, we need to adopt. Now, when we need to facilitate, I always say that when we lead, we may miss the needs. So we need to understand the needs right from GP level to the state level, and we need to reorganize at certain level. Also, we need to promote and support innovative technologies, as state should support. We need to also adopt some non-technical interventions at the local level, which will definitely help us to bring out sustainability. When it comes to assure quality, yes, when we are chasing such a large target, I don't want to say target, but when we are focusing on large scale, and also to in a time bond or in a time frame structured, we need to focus on quality. So community mobilization is really important. Their role in supervision, their role in monitoring is definitely will help us to maintain the quality. Use of technology will definitely help us to maintain the quality of our services. Capacity building and awareness, right from community to the district, we need to come up with some new programs to assure the quality. Functionality, assessment, also water quality surveillance and monitoring, it's on the priority for Jal Jeevan Mission, and ultimately we have to come up with the cost effective implementation so that it can be affordable and managed by GPs to maintain the quality of our services. When it comes to strategy, already spoken, but I will just go through that. We need a reform approach to the water supply sector. That is very much important for us. Here it has been said, when we are talking about water scarcity, when we are talking about the defunct schemes due to water, especially for groundwater schemes. Here it is also said that local available water sources to be tapped under Jal Jeevan Mission. It's very important. If it is available in the premises, in the GP premises, we need to strengthen them if required, and we have to utilize local, we give the priority to the local available water sources. Convergence of water and sanitation. When we are talking about water, definitely one of our outcome is to sustain ODF status achieved, and it will be also supportive for our SBM phase 2 mission, also phase 2 program. So we need to work together right from planning. So when JJM, when we'll be doing the village action plan for sanitation or for water, so as we need water people as well as sanitation people to come together right from planning. Comprehensive sustain approach needs to be adopted. Also very important is the management of water at the lowest appropriate level. So when we are talking about ownership, when we want GPs to take the responsibility, so right from planning we need to involve GPs, and we need to strengthen them, we need to update them, we need to support them wherever possible for management as well as for community awareness programs also. Here, yes, it's a key for JJM implementation, that is decentralized and integrated approach by the Gram Panchayat. So for this, we need to strengthen them, and definitely like Karnataka, sir has already mentioned in his presentation that they have focus on decentralized GP approach. So I think that is a great learning from Karnataka also and Andhra also. A strong collaboration between GP, district, state government and central. This is really very important for us. So we need to, our MIS system also will help us to, the real-time data will also definitely help us to connect what's happening at the GP what's happening at the district, state government and the central government can be in a position to support us wherever required. Ultimately, we want every state to make the 5-year state action plan and also come up with the yearly plan so that the implementation is really smooth and we can chase up with the time. When it comes to institutional mechanism, yes, at national level, we have Jal Jeevan Mission, we have state water and sanitation mission at the state, we have district water and sanitation mission at the district, GP level, we have Gram Panchayat and its subcommittees. The VWSC really plays very important role. In some states, we have Pani Samitis also. PSD definitely is a nodal agency for implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission. And also we have talked about the sector partners and we need some support agencies, it can be NGOs or SHGs also or CBOs also. Now, what is the ultimate achievement what we are trying to do? We have strategies, we have technology, we will be creating infrastructure with the quality. Ultimately, we want to achieve that. What is the we are talking about the outcomes and we are talking about the achievements. JJM really focused to bring down the drudgery of women, rural women and girls. Huge amount of time and energy is really consumed to fetch drinking water at the grassroots level. So ultimately, our mission is not to create infrastructure. Along with the services, we also want to focus that we are definitely going to help in turn our rural women as well as girls. Also, the next thing we are expecting that Jal Jeevan Mission will definitely improve ease of living for rural India, and I think that all who are connected with the water sector needs to understand this very much, because since so many years we are putting our efforts. Now we want to connect it ethically also, we need to emotionally, spiritually also, so that definitely we can connect with the community and we will be very we can efficiently mobilize community to take the ownership. It has been proved and also it has been seen that it has a very high impact and it has transformed the life of rural India in terms of health, social and economic conditions. As I earlier said, that JJM is going to support our ODF sustainability. So with this view, I think that we need to also take into consideration the challenges. Though we are coming up with the plans, we are coming up with the support, financial supports, we need to consider the challenges faced during our implementation. That is the rainfall pattern, water quality issues. We already everyone has spoken about that, and also Ruby will be focusing on that. Inadequate infrastructures right now, poor operation and maintenance, lack of resource efficiency, and the most important is less community involvement. So Jal Jeevan Mission as compared to NRDWP, this is really a big paradigm shift for us, that we are focusing more on community involvement, and that is I also think that every state is has taken the initiative for that. Unless and until community is involved, in spite of putting all the efforts, it will be really very difficult to sustain the investment and the behavioral change achieved at the end of the implementation of this program. And also the coordination challenges, we need to work together. We need coordination at all levels, and we need to focus on that. So with these challenges, I think that this is what is more demanding. At the end of this session, I would like to focus on that involvement of communities, especially women, in planning, implementation and monitoring will ensure scheme functionality. That is what we are focusing on. And all the stakeholders, right from grassroots functionaries to state officials, should align with the JJM. That is really very important. It is our mission program, time-bound program. Really, we want it to get achieved by the end of 2024. So capacity building to ensure speed, scale and quality at all level. Jal Jeevan Mission will help to bring down the treasury of women, rural women and girls. So that is also our concern. We need some role clarity at all level so that we can definitely go through our plan and the calendar for the implementation. Decentralized and integrated approach by the Gram Panchayat is important for scheme ownership and the management. So just to conceptualize JJM into the nutshell, so this was my efforts to put the things very shortly. So I think that since morning we are going through various topics and we are also trying to understand what exactly and where we are. So I may I request some of the any one of the participant to share their experience as far as Jal Jeevan Mission current efforts taken in their state. Anyone, please. Before going to next session, may I request? Anyone, please? Are you there? Hello? आवाज नहीं जा रहा क्या?
No,
Participants can
Yeah, they
raise-
can't talk. They can't talk. Yeah.
They can't talk. Okay, you can write in the chat box.
Great.
Great. And also, I think that since I really respect the patience, you are here almost now. We have on the Zoom, we have almost 390 participants with us. So it's really great honor that you are connected, and sitting at one place is really very difficult. So may I request that, I don't know whether you are means connected throughout or not, but one thing we will do that we will just raise our hands. You can just Ravi, can they show the video?
No, they can't, sir. They can't. They
Okay.
can't. Yeah.
Okay, I really want you to stretch for a minute so that we will go for the next session, and we will try to avoid the repetition what has been already spoken in the morning. So don't worry about that. I will start with the next part, that is the project planning and implementation part as far as Jal Jeevan Mission is concerned. So here I will just focus on importance of planning process, Jal Jeevan Mission plan preparation required, purpose of village action plan, scheme cycle, and also phases for implementation. So to start with, planning process is really important for us. We need to understand why we are emphasizing on village action plan and district action plan. Definitely it's going to help us in DPRs and also to in the implementation thing. If you ask me, that the planning process will definitely help us to know the status of in village water sanitation facilities. We want to reach to each and every village, every habitation and every household. So to come up with the plan, when we are talking about time bound, we are talking about 3 to 4 years, and the scale at which we want to reach. So we need to have a very good plan with us. So if we fail to prepare, we prepare to fail. So to start with, definitely it's going to help us to understand exact what is the current status in each and every village as far as water supply schemes are concerned. Secondly, it will help us to understand the requirement of water sanitation facilities at the grassroots level. Thirdly, the convergence of groundwater schemes, wherever we need convergence. When we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about source. When we are talking about the security, we need to understand where we need convergence as in terms of sources, in terms of funds, in terms of schemes also. So it will definitely help us to come up with the convergence plan for that. Here, when we are going in during our planning process, definitely there is a scope to find out where we can definitely fetch CSR funds to strengthen our implementation process, and also we can definitely there are really good examples in 3 states. Most of the CSRs are funding, so definitely we can have that understanding here also. And to this is really very important, with due respect to all efforts taken by the departments, that to avoid over design and duplication of the work. So that will definitely help us during our planning process. For Jal Jeevan Mission, we are expecting that at GP level, VAP, that is Village Action Plan, and that will the collectively it will go to the district, and we are coming up with the DAP, that is District Action Plan. All district action plans cumulatively will merge into SAP, that is the State Action Plan. And from SAP, definitely it is expected that each state should come up with the annual action plan. With the it will give us physical. It will be very easy for us to for physical assessment, and along with the fund allocations and everything. So annual action plan is very much important here. Now, why we want each and every state to go for village action plan? First thing is, it's going to help us to develop willingness of the community to adopt. When we are going for village action plan, definitely then we are saying that it will be a community-led planning process. So involvement of all sections of the community, women from the villages will help us to transfer the ownership and to develop the willingness to adopt our scheme at the GP level. Also, to make water and sanitation everyone's business, it will be really very useful for us to create the sense of responsibility to own, manage, operate and maintain the facility. So we need to start with the planning process. We want community to involve right from planning process, and village action plan gives us scope to involve community and every member of the society. Also, it will help us to prioritize the type of work to be undertaken at the village level. So when we are saying that we are going to assess the current existing facilities available, it will help us to prioritize what type of scheme, that the categories under JJM. So we need to understand. During our village action plan training, we always say that every GP should know that which type of scheme we have. Definitely when we are talking about single village scheme, so they should know. So it will definitely help them to understand that which type of scheme they require and they will be having with them. Also, it will lead to DPR preparation of the village, and VAP is a part of district action plan. I take this opportunity that we need village action plan. It's really very important for us. I don't know whether we are every state is going for village action plan, but it is very much important for us to implement in Jal Jeevan Mission. Now, when it comes to scheme cycle, JJM says that single village, especially for single village scheme, the scheme cycle can range from 12 to 18 months and in 3 phases. So first phase is about the planning and mobilization phase. Second phase is implementation phase, and third phase will be the post implementation phase. So planning phase and mobilization phase will be for 3 to 6 months. So it is expected that baseline mapping and identify JJM village, because we need to prioritize that which village we are going to cover first under JJM. So in this 3 to 6 months time period, depending upon our baseline mapping, we have to prioritize the villages and identify villages for Jal Jeevan Mission. Also, the GP resolution is very important because we want GPs to adopt the scheme. So that is important. And also PRA activities for community mobilization and web process. Capacity building during the is expected to be completed in this first phase. Also preparation and approval of WAP. Once WAP is prepared, the next task is that the design and estimates and technical approval should be completed in this first phase. The second phase, that is the implementation phase, is for 6 to 12 months. Once our technical approval is there with us, we need to go for source if it is a groundwater source. So water quality testing and yield testing is important before implementation of the scheme, and department needs to certify the source for that. If required, we have the development and augmentation of the source. When we are promising 55 LPCD, most of the schemes, there are villages with 40 LPCD or less. So definitely we need source strengthening or source sustainability measures to be adopted. During this phase, definitely we will be starting creation of infrastructure, and simultaneously grey water management work has to be undertaken. Geotagging of the assets, it's really very important, and we have to complete that in this second phase. After commissioning of the scheme, the last phase is the post implementation phase, that is 3 to 4 months phase. Water supply, operation maintenance, water tariff collection, we need to strengthen GP for all these processes. Also, we need to focus on management of grey water. If we are providing 55 LPCD to each means individual, the amount of wastewater generator we just if it is estimated, it's a huge amount. So we need to focus on grey water management here, and continuous capacity building of Gram Panchayat time to time is required in the post implementation. So these are the 3 phases of the scheme cycle. Now here, when I was talking about the priority for in-village water supply scheme. So for first 2 years, that is really the retrofitting to retrofit existing infrastructure. So if the scheme is for retrofitting, means it comes under that category. So for first 2 years, we will be focusing on those schemes. So complete pipe water supply scheme or an ongoing pipe water supply scheme that are to be completed. So if it comes on the retrofitting category, that the schemes are existing schemes are there, but retrofitting is required. So it will be completed in the first 2 years. So we need to give priority for that. And also the priority is to the water quality affected areas is especially for arsenic, fluoride, DDP and DPAPs, and also Sansad Gram Yojana. So with this priority, we need to initiate for infrastructure creation. Now, when it comes to operation maintenance, I'm not going in the detail, but only just to focus on the challenges. Yes, we have experienced this in last schemes also, that lack of proper operation and maintenance leads to defunct schemes. Unwillingness of the people to pay water tariff and tax. Now, when we are basically talking about the utility services, so why utility services? If the services are really improved and assured, so people will definitely pay for the water tariff. It's not that we are not providing services, but we want people to mobilize and understand the importance of the services provided and the efforts taken to provide the service. That's why we want community to get involved from planning to implementation, so that it will be easy for GPs, that each and every family will be willingly be paying the water tariff. Uh, Unavailability of sufficient funds for proper operation and maintenance. Definitely we need community mobilization for that, and inadequate capacities of the gram panchayat and community to manage operation and maintenance, and to ensure correct handling of the facilities by users for sustainability. Yes, there are some GPs that they may need support, and then that's the reason we are talking about the support agencies here, and less community participation. So while planning, we need to take certain things into consideration, and also for operation maintenance, when we are talking that ownership should be taken by the gram panchayat, we need to mitigate these challenges. Operation maintenance, definitely it's going to ensure functionality of household tap connection. It involves recurring cost, as everyone knows. I will not go into the detail of that, all the factors that are coming under recurring cost. So the community has a key role to play. We need to mobilize community for that, and GP needs to create and maintain registers of account. It might be that they are contributing in terms of money, they are contributing in terms of labor, or they are Shramadan. So we need to maintain all the records. GP needs to create the account for maintaining the contribution received or the water tariff collected. So all the records should be maintained, all the accounts should be maintained up to the mark by the GP. Also, we want GP to ensure, as far as operation maintenance technical aspects are concerned, we will definitely have to train them, or we need to ensure that regular and preventive measures are being taken up by the GP. For immediate breakdown, they should be empowered to take the decision, and also our barefoot technician should daily operation should be taken care by our barefoot technician, so he should be ready with the skills required to operate the schemes, and also he should carry out some maintenance and repair works whensoever it is required to ensure the functionality. As far as financial aspect is concerned, GP should have a water tariff structure, and PhD has to help them to come up with this structure. Collect water tariff and user charges. So community needs some to come up with the IC and community mobilization for water tariff collection. Create and maintain registers of account. Encourage community to measure water. When we are talking about regular water, so community should also be aware that how much water is available with them and how to manage water at the GP level. So they can, Gram Panchayat can definitely take the decision how to manage available water for drinking with them if the local source is being used. IC for water tariff proposed to be adopted. GP and GP functionaries should support for the IC activity. Most of the time, IC team goes from the block or the district, and they go and go for the activities, but GP support is very much required there. Ensure every household are paying water tariff regularity. So we are expecting that at least 80% of the families should pay the water tariff. At the end, I would like to focus on the takeaway points like planning, implementation, management, operation and maintenance of the scheme is very important. Long-term financial sustainability for operation maintenance and institutional arrangements at the village level will definitely going to help us for smooth implementation and functioning of the schemes. Active participation of women and weaker sections at all level of institutional arrangement is really very important for us. IC strategies, planning and their effective implementation. So again, I will say that IEC is really very important part of Jal Jeevan Mission. I will request districts and states to take initiative and support IEC activities at the GP level. Water conservation, source sustainability and rainwater storage should be our focus. Community ownership to ensure long-term sustainability of the sources and systems is non-negotiable for us. and funds from different sources and programs and convergence should be brought. Improved monitoring of the projects. For that, we need to adopt all the technical. Manish sir has rightly said that we need to understand the importance of technologies, and we need to adopt that for smooth monitoring of the project. So thank you so much for this two sessions. I just to catch to manage the time. I have not gone into the integrity of each points because it has been already discussed in our previous sessions also. So now for next session, that is essentials of water quality and management. Uh, Venkatesh sir, hello.
You can continue the next session, Lakshmikanji.
Yes, Venkatesh sir, you can just give one call for Josh.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. All of you are here. I think almost we have nearly 360 people here in this webinar, and others are also there in the YouTube. So please help yourself, saying that we have 2 more sessions up to 2 o'clock. We'll be having the sessions, and bring the energy within you to be with us up to 2 o'clock. So can we just say hi, hi, and type it in the chat box, saying hello to wishing, greeting each other. We'll go to the next session, water quality management. Who is coming here? Ruby?
Yes, sir.
Please take over, Ruby.
Thank you, sir.
Our team participants are very actively available, nothing to worry, and they are listening to you. Take over. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I hope I am audible.
You have to unmute your mic.
Yes, Ruby. Ruby, yes.
Yes, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of the webinar.
Unmute, please.
Unmute only. Hello? Hello, can you?
Yeah, we can hear you
Yes,
now.
we can hear you. Go on.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of the webinar. Now we'll be looking into the provisions of water quality management under Jal Jeevan Mission. So in this presentation, please give me 1 second. In this session, first we'll be covering what is the importance and issues of water quality management and what are the impacts of water contamination. Next, we'll look into the status of water quality in our respective states. Coming to next, we'll see what are the norms for WQ under Jal Jeevan Mission. That is, what should be the frequency of testing and funding allocations with regard to WQM. Next, the suggestive WQ measures like sanitary survey, water testing, IEC, capacity building, etc. And then we look into the awareness generation and monitoring protocol that is suggested in the guidelines. And in the end, we'll see what will be the preventive and curative actions if the water quality is affected. And in the end, we'll just see the takeaway points. Coming to the importance, as we all know, the most important thing to have WQM is to ensure safe and potable water to all. So we have to ensure the water safety, and whatever water we are supplying to the people, it should be safe to drink. Next, monitoring operation of water supply. For example, when we see one of the tool which is very important under WQM is sanitary survey. So in the detailing of sanitary survey, I'll cover in the following section. Now, during sanitary survey, what we observe while doing the assessment of water supply system, during that, for example, if we come to know that there is a leakage in the pipe, then we actually know what are the factors that is affecting it. So in a way, we are actually indirectly monitoring the water supply system there. During the sanitary survey, we also sometimes inquire about if there is a disease outbreak in the area in a particular season or in a particular time of the period. And then whatever factors of contamination we come across during a sanitary survey, we then identify preventive and curative measures to mitigate that. All this is happening with the participation of community. And in the end, after all taking all these measures, we decide upon the safety of drinking water at the source, within the distribution and pipeline system, and the end user. Now, the overall importance of WQM is to improve the health status of people. That is to avoid diseases that are occurring due to biological or either chemical contamination, and then ultimately avoiding the economic loss. Now, looking into certain issues and challenges that we come across is that sometimes we find the surroundings near our water sources unclean. There is accumulation of water, there is improper O&M, due to which sometimes there is leakage of pipeline and the contaminated water enters into the pipeline. Next, at the household level or at the GP level, sometimes we observe that there is no treatment process or treatment technologies that are being used. The disinfection of water, that is not practiced. For example, the chlorination at GP level, or even there are certain household treatment that is available if we need to disinfect the water. For example, SODIS, the solar disinfection, or we have cloth filtration. We do sometimes supply the chlorine liquid and tablets as well. Next, at the household level, there are certain improper water storage and handling practices that are there. The people are actually just dipping their hand; they are not using the ladle. Then the container is not covered with the lid. And one of the most important issue which is sometimes being neglected is that the sanitary facilities we create, that is our toilets or septic tanks, it is nearby the sources. It is recommended that the minimum distance that should be maintained between the toilets and the water sources should be 10 meter. So you can even look into the picture also here on the left hand side, that the distance maintained is less. And then the knowledge gap. The meaning of this is that still people are not aware of the health impacts or the economic impacts that are there due to water contamination. Then there is lack of feedback mechanism. That is, whatever the results are there. For example, when we do the water testing, if there is chemical contamination or biological contamination, it is not shared with the community people. So there should be some provision and feedback mechanism that the community should also be known about the results. Then there is a lack of skilled people who can do the water testing, who can do the testing through FTKs, and so there is need of IEC and CV interventions also. Now we'll just look into that what are the impacts of water contamination. First, the health impact, that is most important. Due to biological contamination, as we all are aware, it causes diarrhea, typhoid, and other diseases. And then chemical contamination, if we see, I have just covered 3 of the chemicals that actually causes diseases at larger level. First is arsenic, which causes arsenicosis. That is, the skin lesions are there, rashes are there, keratosis of skin is there, and the ingestion of arsenic for long term, for example, like for 5 to 10 years, may also cause skin cancer. Then nitrate, which actually comes from the leachate of the cattle dung and animal dung, and from the fertilizers, it actually when enters into the water bodies, it causes blue baby syndrome. in which it affects the infants, where the oxygen supply in the infant becomes less and the body of the infant turns blue. Then the fluoride. The fluoride contamination first affects our teeth, that is, it first causes the dental fluorosis, and due to the long-term ingestion, it also affects our bone intensity, as you can see from the pictures also. And then ultimately, as we know that the health is wealth, when the health is affected, our productivity is also affected. So it affects the daily income, labor, productivity in agriculture, industry at rural level as well. Now, this is the format E5, which I have taken from the Jal Shakti Ministry, the MIS, which states the status of WQ in our respective states. Here we can see the percentage of sources tested in Andhra, which goes as 74%, Karnataka 45%, and Telangana 116. And similarly, we can see the percentage of chemical and bacteriological contamination. Comparatively, bacteriological contamination is a percentage is less, but we have to look into the chemical contamination here. And even the intensity of gaps and challenges may vary state to state, but there are common challenges that occur in states regarding water quality. Is that sometimes the people in rural parts, they ascertain the value of water quality in terms of odor or the color. So there is less awareness that there can be chemical contamination, which normally nobody can see. So that kind of awareness generation has to be there in our community. And then there is sometimes the chlorination process for disinfecting the water is not practiced regularly in some places. So these are certain challenges that we face in our states as well. Now we'll see certain ways of addressing these challenges and what Jal Jeevan Mission has actually provisions regarding it. And then first we'll see that frequency of testing. It should be at the 4 levels. First, at the subdivision and block level, 100% of water samples have to be tested, which are there in the block, and on at least the basic 13 water quality parameters, which is also provided in the Annexure 14 of the guideline. We can refer that. Next is the district laboratory, wherein the guidelines suggest that minimum of 250 water samples per month have to be tested. That is 3,000 in a year, which should on a random basis, which is spread geographically. But it should also include the positively tested samples from the block and subdivision level also. Coming to the state lab, it should have at least 5% across all district laboratories on random basis, including the positively tested water samples from subdivision and district labs. Now, if the districts are more than 50 in a state, 3% water samples can be tested. Coming to the GP level, it is emphasized that testing of water quality or water sample should be done through field test kit, that is FTK. So these are the frequency at which the testing has to be done in the state. Coming to the funding part, up to 2% is allocated for WQM activities, and these funds may be utilized for setting up or upgradation of labs, then procurement of FTKs, refilling of FTKs or bacterial kits, or a salary of paying the salary of regular staff and any services. And it is with the SWSM, that is State Water Sanitation Mission, that they can decide to pay the honorarium to the dedicated person at GP level for water testing. So these are this is the screenshot that I have taken from the guideline, which actually lists down the 13 basic parameters for water quality that can be taken up. Coming to the suggestive WQM and surveillance measures. Now, here before going into this, I would like to just apprise that one of our participant, I don't remember the name, so Roja ji have actually asked that what is the difference between monitoring and surveillance. So I would like to just share it here itself, answer your question. That water quality monitoring, when we say, it actually includes the online monitoring on like MIS and field visits by our officials, and it should be majorly done by the PHED, RWS or the concerned department regarding the water quality. When it comes to surveillance, surveillance is as I say that the GPN community, for example, they are responsible to see and protect the water sources. For example, just cleaning of the water sources. That is kind of surveillance they do if the water sources are contaminated or if there is an accumulation of water. So in a simple way, GPN community is actually responsible for doing the surveillance part of the water quality. Now, what are the activities that will be included? The activities that are there is first is use of FTK kit to know the extent of possible contamination has to be seen by the GP. Sanitary inspection. It is the on-site inspection of water supply system where we actually see the possible factors of contamination and then we come up with the remedial measures. Now here it is very important that during the sanitary inspection, community participation is very important. We have to take along with us the women members, the youth members, children and more of community members along with us so that just like PRA, when we see it in SBM, it's the same process that we follow for water quality monitoring, wherein the community members come up with their own problems and then they actually suggest measures as well at the site itself. So it is a very good tool for water quality monitoring when it comes to the surveillance part. Now, as we all are aware that IEC and capacity building interventions are ongoing process, so it has to be taken up. The most important, it has been already been emphasized that 5 women will be trained from the local area regarding water testing and use of FTK and for reporting the same. Then strengthening of labs, it includes that whether we need to establish a new lab or we need to upgrade the existing ones. So strengthening means that first we have to ensure that there is a adequate number of human resource available for water testing and then generating the reports, and as well as we have to ensure that materials are adequately present, for example the chemicals, the glassware in the labs. So in this way we have to strengthen our labs at every level. Corrective actions has to be taken up in case of major contamination. For example, if there is arsenic, fluoride contamination in an area, water quality is majorly affected, then district administration has to come up, state administration has to come up with the solutions there. Accreditation of labs by NABL and other authorities is also important to ensure the quality of the activities that is taken up. And the most important is, as I said, that sharing of results. So whatever, if there are positive, if there is a source which is chemically contaminated or biologically contaminated, the community has to be made aware of that, and the results have also to be uploaded on the MIS. We have to set up a very efficient system of procurement for refilling the FTKs or bacterial kits and to acquire those materials. Cross verification of water quality data with the other laboratories of states, and if the laboratories of institution like educational institutions, polytechnic colleges are available, we can also actually capture these facility of these institutions as well. The awareness generation includes IEC and training. The first is that we can actually display the details of nearest water quality labs in the prominent locations of village or the district. And then need is of water quality training of key stakeholders, which will include the GP level functionaries, district level functionaries, barefoot technicians, etc. And then IEC and training has to be also be done for water quality issues, waterborne diseases, health impacts, and water safety planning. Behavior change communication, which is very important, that people should know that they should avoid using the drinking water from the affected source. Next, interpersonal communication, which directly develops the rapport with the community. It is also very efficient tool of communication. Then other tools include like wall writing, slogans, group meetings, PRA exhibits, and great work has been going on in all of the states regarding IC and training. Coming to the monitoring part, the monitoring will be done through online portal as well as field visits and regular review meetings by the officials. And what the JJM MIS will capture, I have already covered that thing. First, it will be covering the report from all the levels. Then the water quality affected areas, how many FHTCs have been provided in that. The reports that are generated at all the levels will be uploaded onto the site. Laboratory assessments and lab ranking will also be included. The accreditation of the labs. And if there are any emerging cases of water quality in the area, that will also be part of the monitoring protocol. Now here I would like to just stress upon that the guidelines mentioned a special focus on the water quality affected areas which are actually said as hotspots. So these are the areas which are just at the borderline of chemical contamination or just below the permissible limit. So these areas actually require the periodic monitoring and necessity of it. And along with this, there will be mobile water laboratories operating as and when required. Now the whatever we have talked about right now, if there is contamination, we can go for some curative measures like disinfection of water, and to avoid water quality problems, we can actually have some preventive measures also. For example, at community level, we can actually protect the sources. The community can keep the sources clean, and we can safeguard the water quality right from its storage to the household level through sanitary inspection, which has to be done twice a year, like pre and post monsoon. Regular water testing of bacteriological contamination, that is twice a year, same pre and post monsoon, and chemical for chemical contamination for once in a year. Then at household level, you can see the IEC that I have put in on my left hand side, which is a simple IEC which is promoted for appropriate storage and water handling practices at household level. Now coming to the consolidated takeaways, it's very simple that, and the most important that we do this water quality monitoring and surveillance to ensure the public health, and it is very much required to do the periodical chemical and bacteriological test at regular intervals to avoid the health impacts that I have talked about, which can be of severe cases also, like the arsenosis and the fluoride cases. Community participation is very much important, and conducting sanitary survey is equally important with that. Mobilizing community for ensuring safe water handling practices at household level should also be looked upon. And then monitoring will be followed through online portal, field visits, and regular review meetings. So thank you very much. I appreciate your patience, and I would like to hand over to Shinde sir. Thank you.
Shindedi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm there. Thank you, Ruby, to just take us through the water quality issues and the measures to be taken. Now, as since morning we are talking about IEC, all topics covered since morning. We have seen that IEC is really important, but what exactly IEC we need to focus on? So to understand that, I will request Bistrita to take us through the IEC session and to focus what are the areas where we need to focus for IEC. So Bistrita, please.
Hello everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Bistarita, it's clear. You can go ahead. Can you
Okay.
just make it the slideshow, the
Yeah.
presentation which you're referring to? Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Perfect.
Yeah. Yes. So, first of all, I would like to congratulate Telangana for the successful 4-year running of the Mission Bhagirath. It's a great privilege for us to know through this platform that such a scheme, such a planning that was done 4 years back and still it's running. So, these kind of programs, this kind of practices, if they are shared at a larger scale, it gives the encouragement for throughout the country also to just be successfully running such kind of program and giving a good sustainability example. And through this approach of the webinar also, we are trying to make that focus, that goal successful, that by 2024 we'll be able to reach each and every household with a safe and adequate supply of water. Now, if we have been seeing the water supply programs, there was a good focus on the infrastructure, there was a good strengthening of the technical skills. But if we talk about the soft skills, such as the capacity building or such as the IC activity implementation, there has been some gaps. There has been some lack of the approach towards the IC that we can now cover up and make the successful implementation of the JJM. So now if we are coming through this session, we'll see that in here we'll see that what were the challenges that were being there, what are the gaps in during the implementation of IC activities in the earlier water supply programs, as being mentioned and discussed during the morning sessions, that although there was a good approach for the infrastructure and there has been a good progress towards providing a safe, equitable, and adequate water, but now the approach towards the behavior change is also changing, and there has been some risk, and there was a good study going on, analysis was done, and now through those study, through those research, we can now go on to know that what are the other key areas besides the infrastructure the utility based approach can be successful. Then that can be made possible through IC. One of the good platform is IC. So we'll also see that what are the need and benefits of the IC activities. And as per the guideline, what are the supportive activities that can be implemented? It's already been covered in the earlier section of the JJM. So we'll just have a small look. We'll go through it. Then what are the suggestive IC activities that can be implemented according to the flexibility of the state, of the district? And then also what are the key medium or the tools of communication and how we can mobilize the community, as since morning and we already been emphasizing on the talk on the topic that the community should be involved. Their involvement is one of the critical component of any water and sanitation based program. So community mobilization is very important, and through IC how that can be made possible, and what is the convergence points that can be involved while implementing IC activities for water and sanitation. So overall, when we are coming throughout the program that was being in progress for water supply, so it's seen that in ICs there are on an average what are the overall gaps that has been faced during IC. So these are the gaps that I am addressing. These are in general. There can be other problems, there can be other challenges to the state specific or district specific. But if we see there has been a insufficient manpower while implementing the IC activities, then there was while scheme designing, there was a low prioritization of the IC activity, and then at the most
highlighted point, that is the community involvement. Unless and until there is an ownership of the community, we have already been talking about it. So their community mobilization was also required, but it was not that much covered during the historical water supply programs. Now we'll see that how that can be recovered, how can we overcome that gap and challenges. So that is through IC, and in general for water and sanitation, the IC helps in creating the awareness and upgrading the community, our stakeholders, about the change management, about the new technology innovations that will help in bringing a flexible system of the water and sanitation. And ultimately, while the awareness is created, that will help in empowering our community, building the ownership in them. Then also, according to the need of the community, actions that can be taken through the interpersonal communications, to the behavior change communication, the planning can be done, and according to that the actions can be taken, and we'll see that that will help in making the directions of the implementation activities in the right path. And then demand improve water sanitation services, and now as there is a COVID-19 situation, there is a prime focus on the hygiene behaviors. So for through the IC, we have seen there are so many advertisements, there are so many campaigns going on that is helping and promoting the hand washing practices throughout the country. So here also regarding the water facilities and water supply system, what can be the ONM that can be made successful through the involvement of the community, apart from the technicians and our technical experts. And also, as we are saying that a change is a slow process, okay, but we want our result to be constant. So we want to create a long-term success, and that can be IC is a good medium for that. Now, for if we come on to the water sector, when it comes to the IC provisions, so through the JJM guideline, it's been suggested that the WASO, or the State Water Sanitation Management, whichever state that is the leading body, will lead the IC HRD activity, capacity building activities, and again the third party inspections. These kind of support activities will be led by the State Water Sanitation Mission and Water Sanitation Supply Organization. And then through this IC activity, there can be a, I won't go much into this detail because it's already been talked in detail earlier, that will help in creating a awareness for the how at the household level of the safe handling and storage, then creating, instilling a sense of ownership in the community, and then ultimately it will help in proper operation and maintenance of the water supply system, along with the technical along the technical organization system. The community part also will be playing an active role, and we have seen that that in many of these states throughout the country, the woman has played a very good role in just involving the other, creating the other community members in such activity, and then outlining a IC and PRA activities according to the demand of the community, and that can happen by the formative research. Now, if we come to the behavior change part, so through IC, we have to first plan that what are the key thematic areas that need to be focused. So under JJM also, we talk about this components about the water safety, water security, willingness to have a household tap connections, then water conservation and O&M of the water supply system. So for the success and the sustainability of any water supply program, the O&M is the key point. So for O&M, along with our engineers, along with our technical experts, the community is going to have a big role. So for that, the IC and the capacity building is a good medium. So for water safety, it's been already been discussed about that, the adequate, sufficient water supply, then water security, safe handling and storage of the water water system. So such kind of messages that can be made, that can be conveyed based upon these components that can be planned at our districts and at our state level. Now, while conducting IC, has been already mentioned that the PRA activities, then interpersonal communication, behavior change communication, and any other related communication activities can be undertaken. And as already mentioned, I also like to again highlight that SWSM or WASO, whichever is the active organization, whichever the active body, that can lead the IC and behavioral change communication program as suggested by our JJM guidelines. Now, as for now, if we want to fulfill those gaps which were being faced while implementing the IC activity in our past, now that can be recovered and make our system sustainable. So, search for that IC strategies, planning, and the effective implementation is very much important for the successful implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission. Now, if we are seeing that it's a very good coverage, technically it's a good coverage in our states of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Telangana, it's really appreciable. And this can be made continued by the community practices, and as there has been seen that as per the need of the place, the planning should be done. The designing is quite efficient as from the technical part, but if we see, we have already seen in our ground level also that there is a much challenges while implementing those effective, that efficient design. So for overcoming that hurdle, the community practices and by analyzing what are the requirement of the district, the planning is to be done of the IC strategies. So basically formative research can be done at the district level also. And while implementing those activities, it is very much necessary to monitor them, because if we are just implementing, we are just working, and we are not able to analyze what's there's another need that needs to be added or upgraded, so the program which we have planned before, we might not get into the expected result. So we don't want to face that place, we don't want to fall into that place again, so critical reviewing of the previous activities, ISC activities is needed. Now, according to this our guideline, JJM guideline, it is suggested that 2% of the allocation to the states for carrying out the water quality monitoring and surveillance activities is there, and for under water quality and management, the display of the details of the nearest water quality testing lab is required. Then also the water quality training, the capacity building of our stakeholders regarding water quality and water quality management, as we have seen that water contamination is a very big issue. Not only at a particular throughout, it's not only particular in a state, but it's throughout the country. So for that, we have an initial step that can be made through the capacity building, and we are already doing going on to that path, and we should pursue in that. And also besides installation of the filter plant and all the treatment, we are just installing in our own villages, in our gram panchayat. So through those stakeholders, the gram panchayat level stakeholders, to the VIWSC members, through our sarpanches, through mukhyas, so such kind of water quality mechanism can be made successful. So water awareness generation is necessary. And then water safety planning. If I would like to say that we have also seen a good, very successful campaigning of our HIV, or we'll say that the toilet coverage. Before, while in the sanitation program also, there was a toilet construction, but a good coverage was possible through the IC campaigning. So similarly in our water program also, the IC is a very critical component for making the not only the usage but a safe handling of our water system. Then behavioral change communication being on the strictly avoiding water from the water quality affected sources. IPC through IPC through our stakeholders, that through the messages we can come up with the idea that what are the needs of our community, what are the need, because if we say that necessity is the mother of invention. So we can say that need is the mother of demand. So unless and until demand is not generated, we can't ensure that our system, our facility, our all over designing can sustain. So it's very much required that interpersonal communication or any kind of such IC medium will help in knowing those need, and we can create a demand. And through the audiovisual publicity, as UNICEF has developed a very good short films on creating awareness on the water quality, water safety, and I can say that in the states also they are developing very good IC material through the short films, through booklets on conveying the message to each and every corner of our villages, to the gram panchayat, to ensure that the water safety is there, to monitor, to have a good message to the community about the water quality. So such kind of audiovisual publicity is very much effective. And then the wall writings promoting the tap water being free from contamination. And as Nali sir also said that we are very lucky generation that we are able to have access to our safe water. So similarly, such kind of message that the water is clear, seems to be clean, but it should be ensured that it should be safe. So such kind of messages can be conveyed. And then if we see that some of the examples that through home visits and through the campaigns, as in Jharkhand, now we can see that there was a Samudayak Shauchalaya Abhiyan that is creating awareness on the community toilet. So, and now for the Jal Shakti Abhiyan also, we have seen messages of Amitabh Bachchan that is creating messages and that the water conservation, promoting rainwater conservation. So such kind of campaigns, through this we can mobilize our community. And then the mass media, through the newspapers and through radio messages, we can reach out to our community. And also through the, because unless and until the language is not clear, the messages won't be that much received as by our community. So it's better to make them give them messages through a simple medium, some type of dramas or folk songs. The WSC committee members can engage some of other third party so that they can convey this message through a simple local language. And definitely the social media, where we have seen that it's a very big opportunity for us to reach out to every each and every corner of our GPs through such online medium. Now in COVID-19 situation, we are seeing that we are able to reach a great mass scale through this online platform. So similarly through WhatsApp, through any kind of such social media, we are able to reach out to our targeted audience. Now for community mobilization, one thing that can be done, that is through the water tariff collection. Then also ensuring that the drinking water sources should be kept clean. Then the distribution of the mother solution, the chlorine solution for disinfection at the household level. And also that is a very good activity that was seen successful in many of our states. In Maharashtra, we have seen that Shramdan is a very good medium. Not only, I'm just giving an example. There can be many other places that is seeing a good successful result of the Shramdan. So that can also be included. Now here we can see some of the examples that such as one of the message we see here is the all household in the village takes up the tap connection. So what can be the messages? That can be the time saving, economic benefits. And for conveying this message, we can use such mediator such as BWSC members. We through our own committee, we can do the capacity building of the BWSC and also the user program group members. They are already very much strengthened. They are very much aware of what are their roles and responsibility. But to strengthen their capacity, we can just ensure them through the message, through the trainings, and they can communicate to the targeted audience such as the family, women, through IAPC and outdoor media, wall painting. So similarly, we can see here some of the key messages that can be conveyed in our water supply system in the IC and the mediator, and what are the medium that can be used for this message of the water supply. Now, I would like to here screen a very good example, a very successful story of Medipalli, Andhra Pradesh, where there has been a good involvement of the VWSC and other community members. Their capacity building, the behavior change has led to not only achieving the ODF status, but besides ensuring the good sanitation coverage, they also continue to pursue the water supply activity, and due to which now we can see there that water and sanitation supply facility has been very sustainable now there. So similarly, such kind of documents we can see through the website Swachh Sangraha, where we can see that the other states and also various GPs are doing quite well, and these best practices can convey a great message to all over our organizations, to all our stakeholders, that how this is become possible and can be made possible. Now under SBM2, there has been a suggestive, there has been a note that now the activity for water and sanitation should go in a convergence approach. That is, the SBM2 and JJM should should go parallelly and should come into a convergence. For that convergence, there's a major focus on the capacity building and IC. Then also the SHGs can be a great change makers in bringing a behavior change, and also along with the creating a job opportunity through the National Rural Livelihood Mission. Then also capacity building of our Swachhagrahis, the our heroes. So they share, there should be a strengthening of the capacity through the trainings, and also preparing at different level in convergence with programs of the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, so that a business opportunity can be created and have a good great opportunity. Now, with this, I would like to conclude my session with some basic points that we can work upon. That is, the IC strategy planning and effective implementation is being a great component for having a good, successful sustainability of our water supply program. And then there should be a sufficient manpower that should be made available so that we can effectively continue our program in a very smooth way. And then besides implementation, to ensure the quality, monitoring mechanism should be enhanced, and definitely, besides the designing part, there should be a prioritization of instilling an ownership in the community, so that the thing we are saying that it shouldn't be now infrastructure approach, but it should be utility based approach. So to ensure that the IC activity is a very good medium, and we should pursue in that similar path. Thank you so much. Now I would like to call upon Lakshmikant sir to continue.
Lakshmikant ji, you're there?
Yes, yes,
Yeah, can I take over directly?
yes, yes, please do.
Yeah. Yes, there are two sessions now.
Medaji, I think you have logged in from 2 devices. If you can mute the other device, the echo will stop. Yes.
Yes. Am I audible to all?
Yes, it's clear, Medaji. You can start proceed now.
Yeah. So there are two sessions now, and I'm supposed to finish in time 10 or 15 minutes. So first session is a financial planning for JJM. Yeah. I see most of the things have been covered in earlier sessions by the distinguished speakers. Mr. Manish Vasuja has briefly I mentioned all the financial provisions. So I will just go through the things and on the refresh mode. Especially there are two sources in the JJM. One is the gross budgetary support and extra budgetary support. I think everybody is quite aware of that. We will be also discussing in this presentation about the year-wise financial plan for JJM provided and component and subcomponent funds allocation. What are the for the in-village infrastructure? What is for the IEC and support activities? Similarly, there are the 5 types of schemes. So in each scheme, what is the cost per household? Now they are calculating as a cost per household than the cost per the scheme. And how the mobilization of adequate resources through the conversions can be done, where the central state funds and other sources can be mobilized, including CSR donation, etc. Those things we'll be discussing in this presentation. So this is the financial outlay for the 5 years. We have the total 3,60,000 crores provision, and Government of India share is the 2,08,000, and state government is 1,51,000. So this is divided into 5 years. The yearly allocation is there. It is I think with every state they are having this. Next I'm going. Yeah. How the allocation is at a central and state level, that we'll be discussing. Like at a central level, they are in the annual allocation, they have to keep 2% for the quality submission, 0.5% for the JEAS, 10% is earmarking for the Northeast states, and balance is for the non-Northeast state, where these 3 states participating comes in the last criteria. So remaining maybe 87.5% can be for the non-Northeast states. At a state level allocation, whatever is received, state has to also do the allocation at their level for the different activities. That out of that, up to 2% they have to give for the quality mission, water quality monitoring and surveillance, and 5% for the support activities such as IEC, HR, capacity building, skill development, KRC, documentation, etc. Balance has to be provided for functional household tap connections, and in this earmarking for the SC has to be done in proportion of the population in that village and habitation. The proportion at a state level has to be maintained. That is the criteria here. Now the fund sharing for a different counts of components I will be discussing. For the in-village infrastructure for the functional household tap connections, central state funding pattern is like 100-0 for the UTs without legislation. This I think everybody knows. For the other states, it's a 50-50. Similarly, for the support activities also, it is for the 60-40 for the 3 participating states. And water quality monitoring and surveillance also, it is for the 60-40 for the state central and state share for these participating states. So the per household cost, average per household cost, this cost may be differ as per the geographic condition and any other challenges in that area. But as per the type of scheme, first scheme is the retrofitting or the last mile connectivity to provide FSTC. It is the 7,500 per household cost they have calculated. For the SVS, it is for 15,000, and SVS with the water treatment area, it is 25,000. And multi-villages schemes, it is per household cost is 47,000, and mini solar based isolated schemes, that is 7 lakh per scheme they have calculated. So this is extra budgetary resources, how they can be procured. I think all states are quite aware of this. So I will just skip this slide now. So flexi funds. Now I'll discuss on the flexi funds. States and union territories are advised to set aside 5% of their annual allocation as a flexi fund. It is for the mitigation of unforeseen natural calamities, as well as for some internal disturbances, that is like a Naxalite area or some other challenges in that area, local requirements, and also for the pilot innovation to improve the quality. Just in our earlier session, we have seen some software in that Mission Bhagirathi for the distribution of water supply. The same kind of innovations to improve efficiency, quality can be taken under this, and this can be the good opportunity for all states for the making introduce the innovations, and these funds can be used by the state at a back end if they are unutilized. So again, I will be discussing on the 15 Finance Commission funds. Government of India's letter is there on the 6th March and 20th February. How these funds has to be used for this JJM and other water and sanitation. So total 60,000 crores. I think yesterday Sujay Mujumdar sir also has mentioned all these things. So for these three states, the financial provision for 2021 is the same what I mentioned on the screen. Out of that, these funds are divided into basic tied and basic untied. And out of that basic tied funds, 50% of the basic tied funds has to be used for the water and sanitation. The letter on 6th March 2020 by the Ministry of Panchayat Raj is mentioning these guidelines. And the ratio for intra distribution between the PRIs, like for the how much for the GPs, how much for the block panchayat, and how much for the district panchayat, is also mentioning that guidelines. Now there is a reward system also to procure the funds. So the states and the union territories will be incentivized in proportion to their annual allocation, and this provision will be out of the unclaimed funds by the other states. So it is always good for every state to spend a maximum of their allocation and keep minimum of the unutilized funds. And the criteria for incentive performance will be decided by the mission. So the reward system is the good opportunity for the states to demonstrate their performance and get the additional financial benefits. Now there is an incentivization for the Gram Panchayats. Also, Gram Panchayat communities are eligible to receive 10% of their capital cost of the scheme if they run and manage their scheme successfully for 1 year. And the criteria will be decided, transparent criteria, where every household is receiving water in adequate quantity, prescribed quality on a regular basis, etc. And there is a regular collection of water and operation and maintenance tariff. So there are some criteria also they are given. So this is incentivization of Gram Panchayat. Here I would like to mention that if there is the adequate capacity building and IC at a community level, then only it is possible for the Gram Panchayat to attain this reward, because if once the community is aware and the ownership is developed between them, these all things will be possible. Then the other sources are there, like central sponsored schemes are there, and MP LAD is also there. So if these funds are received at a village level for the JJM, those will be treated as a central share. Similarly, the state-sponsored schemes and MLA funds are there, they will be treated as a state share towards the capital cost. CSR donations, etc. also will be received, and that those also will be deducted against the total cost of the capital in village infrastructure. And then the calculation of state, central, and community will be on the remaining cost will be calculated. Similarly, the schemes of the other ministries of the apart from the drinking water supply department, the other schemes which are also attending for the drinking water should also have the goal as a functional household tap connection than having the community or community taps. And functional household tap connections achieved through other ministries program or from any other sources also will be included in the IMIs of the department. Only the physical performance will be included, financial performance will not. So other sources, state may have the additional funds, some innovative mechanisms like a PPP, hybrid annuity models, VGF, etc. Somebody yesterday discussed about the PPCP also. So these are the other innovative models also can be undertaken by the respective local authorities. The Government of India also can facilitate the loans through World Bank, Asian Development Bank, etc. That is also another option. And project proposals for this such external funding has to be routed through, has to other the objectives of the JJM. So as we have that Swachh Bharat Kosh, similarly we have the Rashtriya Jal Jeevan Kosh also. Through the because of the CSR Act, what are the CSR funds are coming, they also collected at a central level. It is like a platform or it is like a container at a central level, and these funds are collected here, and this course is set up under JJM and will be all contributions and donations will be received there. And this also, these funds has a goal of a JJM of the like FHTC functional household tap connection should be the goal for the from these CSR funds. Now the takeaway from this financial planning are that the maximum of allocation has to be spent to get the more financial benefits for every state and the local body. Then underutilization of funds, especially on the support activities, result in the poor participation of the community. If you don't spend much on the IEC, because if the data shows that there is a lot of unutilized funds on the IEC and other capacity building and HR. So if one has to take care to utilize it properly so that will automatically result in the good efficiency, good performance. And flexi funds are the opportunity for the innovations on the technology part or the quality part. And incentives to the Gram Panchayat can be achieved when the management of operation and maintenance of the community is done, operation of the scheme is done by the community. So these are the takeaways. And as it was discussed yesterday, I'm just posing one question here, and everybody in the chat box can answer for that. Whether MP, MLA, local area development funds received at a GP level can be used as a community contribution is my question for all on the basis of this presentation. So I request all to respond for this question in the chat box. That is the one. And so here I stop for the financial planning and I move for the next presentation, monitoring and evaluation. I would like to know, is everybody there? So are they away for the?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. I will move for the next presentation. Screen sharing is stopped.
Screen sharing is stopped. You can share the screen. No?
It should be there. It should be there.
I got it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, now we'll within 5 minutes we'll be briefing on the monitoring and evaluation, which is the inbuilt component of JJM. JJM is the mission mode program, so it's the system. What are the guidelines? They have the inbuilt provisions for the monitoring and evaluation. We'll be discussing on the IMIS, what is the real-time dashboard, PFMS, geotagging assets, linking of FSCCs with Aadhaar, and surveillance by community. So all these provisions are inbuilt in the JJM guidelines. So we'll be discussing on that. First is the IMIS, which is also taking care of the plans at a village level, a district level, state level. They are also monitoring the constitution of Gram Panchayat level subcommittees like a VWSC, Pani Samiti, user group, bank operations, resource mapping, PRA activities, of course, physical and financial progress also they are taking care. They are capturing water quality laboratory reports also they are capturing. So surveillance by the community by using field FTKs also is been recorded in the IMIS, and the support activities like a report generation on the field visits, workshops, videos, conferences. There is the provision of recording or documenting all these facilities in the IMIS. Now this is a real-time dashboard which is for the planning. This is open for the public, which shows the planning, execution, O&M, daily water supply details, and it also captures the parameter of the FSTPs covered, provided, remaining number, and functional tap connections provided, non-functional tap connection provided. So this data is available for the public domain on the real-time dashboard. Next is the PFMS, Public Finance Management System. So all transactions under JJM are mandatorily through the PFMS. That is one thing. GOI always issues the instructions, time to time instructions on PFMS, and monitoring of the funds by states and union territories under JJM will be done through PFMS, and the release of the next installments will be linked to the funds reported in the PFMS and the utilization reported in the PFMS. The release will be linked to the record in the PFMS. The next is the geotagging of assets, which is all assets of the water supply schemes are having geotag to show the transparency, the exact physical location and its status. So it includes the new or the otherwise assets also, washing and bathing places, grey water collection treatment plants, source system, and any other water supply related structure will be geotagged under this geotagging system assets. Then the linking of functional household connections to the Aadhaar is also another provision in the JJM. The Aadhaar of the family head will be linked to the FSTC. That is the specific output. It is yet to subject to the statutory provisions. And then the surveillance by the community, it was discussed in the quality session also, water quality session also. So community in the JJM guidelines is held responsible for manage, operate and maintain the scheme. So they have to participate in the regular sanitary surveys. They have to come to the mechanism to prevent misuse of the water, and they have to participate in the grievance redressal portal platform, whichever is the provided. It may be a toll number, it may be a online portal. They have to place their grievances on that portal. Surveillance by the community starts from the day one, from the conceptualization of the scheme till the making of the scheme, then the management, O&M and the social audit, and even till the assessment also. Community has to participate in the surveillance of the scheme. So one question which Ruby also has answered, that what is the difference between surveillance and monitoring. So surveillance is like you are following that for every time. It is like a continuous follow up, continuous monitoring we can say, and monitoring is for the periodical, like on the status that is here. So community monitoring by community, it should be in the form of surveillance. They should see the day-to-day operations also has to be followed by the community. And this is achievable only when there is the adequate capacity building and ICs in the place. Then only the surveillance by the community is achievable. Now the functionality assessment, this is called as third-party functionality assessment by the Government of India, is also another tool of the evaluation, which is based on the release of the funds to the states. This I think everybody knows how it has to be worked. That is on, I'll just keep on this slide. So another outcome indicator is also assessment tool. So here outcomes are the qualitative impact on the lifestyle of the villagers community, which is related to the output, like a physical measurable activities done. So maybe a healthy waterborne diseases and healthy rural communities is related to the functional household tap connection, or maybe the dropout of the girls from the school, maybe improved livelihood. There are few indicators, qualitative indicators, which are related to the physical output indicators. So this is also another assessment tool at in the JJM. So now the takeaways are there. Monitoring has to have more focus on the qualitative impact on the ease of living of people than the quantitative achievement. Community also has always important role in this process also, like in any other process, and surveillance by community is achievable only when there is the adequate capacity building and IC in the place. So this is all the takeaways from this monitoring and evaluation. The question last I posed is that reduce waterborne diseases and health improvement is the output. Is it the output in the assessment process, whether this statement is wrong or right? I would like to see the responses in the chat box. And thank you so very much. I stop here. Over to Lakshmikant. Please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So with this, we end with all the presentations, and really it was a great day and a great opportunity to listen all the dignitaries. At this concluding note, I will just stop the sharing.
I don't know how to stop.
Yeah, you have to stop, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stop. I don't know.
So thank you for your patience, and I should really thank all the three states for taking efforts, and it was a grand participation from every state. Thank you, UNICEF Hyderabad, UNICEF Telangana, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. I know it was not that easy. Within a very short time, we have made it success, and it was really a great opportunity again, once again, for Primo to connect with the three states, and looking forward for to provide more services. I really appreciate Venkatesh sir and the team at Hyderabad UNICEF, Nalisa, for taking all the efforts to put the resources for this particular webinar. And also I should thank Ravi for all the technical arrangement, well organized, well planned, disciplined. It was one of the great management I have seen as far as webinars are concerned. So Ravi, good job done. Really, I appreciate Ravi and all the team. I am not mentioning the names. Dinesh ji, Subhash ji, and all the team. Thank you so much. Over to Venkatesh sir. Please, now it's a concluding thing for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lakshmikant ji, and thank you all Primo team for your presentations. So with this, we complete the presentation part. Now, I take this opportunity to introduce all of you the UNICEF supported state WASH consultants and other consultants, so that in case in future, whatever program the support is required, you can contact them. It will be easier for you. For Andhra Pradesh, we have Mr. Subhash Chandra Behura. He is working closely with the Principal Secretary Office and Swachhandra Corporation. All the engineers team, RWSS can contact him for any support. Subhash, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Okay. Next is from Karnataka. We have Dinesh. Yes, Dinesh. Can you say
yes, sir. Hi? I am there, sir. Hi, sir. So hi, everyone. Yeah.
Karnataka team can contact Dinesh, who is sitting in RDWSD office in Bangalore. Then we have Mr. Arokyam. He's a WASH monitoring consultant, also currently supporting Telangana. Mr. Arokyam?
Yes, I am there. Good afternoon to everybody.
We have Mr. Manikanta, who is supporting WASH in institutions, that is schools, Anganwadis, and health centers.
Very good afternoon, one and all. Thank you, sir. Thanks for introducing.
And we have Mr. Ravi Teja, who is a WASH in innovations consultant, who is supporting the innovations part of the WASH.
Yes, very good afternoon, everyone. And we had a very great time interacting with you all. And thank you, Venkatesh, sir.
And under a special program with Tata Institute, we have a young professional, Mr. Rahul Patil. Rahul, are you there? I think he can't be accessed, no? Yeah, fine. So these are the people who are concerned. Apart from the various partnerships that we have across the three states, these are the consultants whom can be accessed by you in case of any support requirement. Now I will request Ravi Teja to look at the Q&A, question and answers. Over to Ravi Teja, please.
Yeah, thank you, Venkatesh. Sir, before that, Rahul is there. Rahul, if you can just say hi to the team, then it'll be great. I can continue with the questions. Rahul?
I think it's fine. You can continue.
Okay. So fine. There are many questions asked, and just read out a few questions and also
Hello,
answers.
sir.
And thank you very much, Nalli sir, for answering all the questions.
Hello.
That's fine, Rahul. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So I will read out the questions, and I thank Nalli sir for answering very patiently all the questions. And for the viewers, if you want to just look at the questions, you can go to the Q&A tab. I am just reading it for everyone's reference. And the first question goes here. What should be overhead tank capacity for quantity of water per capita? And the answer is we need at least 500 liter capacity per household. If there are 200 households, the tank capacity should be 1 lakh liters. And
Ravi,
next question is kindly
Ravi, if there is anything to be supplemented, I request Manish sir is also here. Manish ji, can you please supplement if there are any answers? Like you can also ask the questions which are unanswered also, Ravi.
Definitely.
Manish
Yeah, Manish ji, you can also look at the Q&A tab, and if you want to answer additional to what is answered, you can probably bump in and support the answers. And the second question is differentiate in between monitoring and surveillance. So the answer is surveillance is an active kind of monitoring where the issue under observation is continuously and actively monitored. And the third question, increase in population is another issue, putting pressure on safe drinking water. So any action on it? And Nalli sir answered it, and this is a good point is what he mentioned, because it's a valid point as well. Population increase is definitely an issue now, which will continue for another 30 years. But all our schemes are designed to take care of the population for the next 30 years minimum. And the next question, with JJM and FHTC to every household by 2024, on or before, do you agree it will be heading to the economic development of India? And the answer is yes, definitely. Estimates say that every 1 rupee invested in water and sanitation will fetch returns up to a tune of 4 rupees.
Here I would like to just add, if I can.
Yes, definitely, Manish sir.
See, this is one of the important announcement by the Prime Minister also, that he is talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. And this is one of the scheme identified by central government where it can generate employment for the returning migrants at this COVID time. And also otherwise also it can generate a lot of employment in rural areas, because we know that in a particular scheme, as a thumb rule, we have 30 to 35% cost of the scheme as labor cost. So that goes into like employment generation activity. So if it is to such a huge scale of 3.6 lakh crore, the overall outlay of this scheme from combining both national and state contribution, then it will 30 to 35% of that, if it goes into labor cost, that means it generates huge amount of employment. So that is contributing to the economic activity for the nation. Yeah, please go on.
Ravi, 1 second. I request Nalli also to come on video. Nalli, are you there?
Yeah, in the meantime, Ravi, you can go on with the
yes,
continue.
Yes, I'll do that. Yeah. So thank you very much, Manish ji, for your insights. And the next question goes on here. If JJM and FHTC to every household by 2024, what about RO water ban in India? And the answer is Government of India has already advised the states against RO water, but banning may not solve the problem. Once we are able to provide tap water is a pure as in Singapore and Europe, the RO water usage will automatically diminish. A very valid and like a wonderful answer. Yeah. Manish sir, do you want to comment on it?
Yeah, NGT has already kind of given a advice, means a kind of judgment where they have said that RO should not be used in those areas where the TDS is below 500, I think, or I think 2000. And they are saying that these areas where no RO is required, it should not be used. But it is more than just like legal enforcement, because we need a huge amount of IC around that. People need to know what is safe water, what is unsafe water. Because right now, RO is kind of seen as a silver bullet, which it is not. So it is doing more harm than good. So we should have the IC around it. State governments need to kind of disseminate these messages. What is safe water? Where do you need purification? What kind of purification? RO is not required in all the cases. So if IC goes around that, then it will bring that behavior change. Thank you.
Can I move to the next question, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So the next question is, what is the cost charged in Telangana for FHTC per month at GP level? And this question is answered by Nanda Rajanala sir, who handled the session in the morning. And he says, no tariff is collected from FHTC and it's free. And next is it reliable data of FTK? FTKs
I think
are only...
one thing I need to clarify here. Actually, the service has been given to the agency for the next 10 years in Telangana.
Okay.
But subsequently, the tariff recovery will also be initiated in Telangana. So that is the plan.
Okay. And Nalli sir also mentioned on it, like currently there are discussions going on how to charge for water, whether at GP level or household level. The discussions are also going on, and probably we might get the information very soon on it. And reliable data of TKs are only used to self-monitor the quality of water supply at village level. Any indication of contamination should be cross-checked with nearest laboratories. And the next question is, what is the difference between water conservation and water security? So the answer is, water security aims to ensure there is enough water for everyone in a region and the water supply is not at risk of disappearing. Water conservation is one of the components of achieving water security. And there's one more answer as well, like from Primo. Conservation is to ensure that there is adequate and sustainable water, and water security is reliable availability of acceptable quantity and quality. And the last question is the engagement of ISAs comes under admin charges or IEC activities? And the answer is the payment to the ISA would be made out of support funds as JJM guideline. So this completes the Q&A and the questions are answered by Nasir.
Any unanswered questions?
Yes, there are 3 open questions. And Manisha, do you want to look at the questions?
You can read it out, Ravi.
Yes, Manisha, the question is, India has different terrains widely to each state. How then water can be supplied if tap water is not feasible in JJM?
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, in hilly areas and in some other deserts and other areas, the government of India is also saying that there can be some alternate water sources also. So it need not be pipe water supply everywhere where pipe water supply, if it is not feasible, then the existing spot sources can be kind of further in village distribution can be linked to it to get the functional household tap connection. So it is there is no one size fits all. So it depends on the situation. If there are hilly areas, there is existing water source like springs are there or any other source of water is there, then it can be improved, it can be protected, it can be treated, and then linked to a in village distribution to to give functional household tap connections. So that is one example. And then there can be rainwater harvesting system, other traditional water bodies which can be improved, which can be protected, and then linked to in village distribution where you can get functional household tap connection. What is the other question? I cannot see actually that part.
Hi, this is Nanda.
Decimal base.
Can I add something on this?
Yeah, please, Nanda.
Yeah, in Telangana, we have some 125 isolated tribal habitations where it was not possible for us to take piped water. So in those areas, we have gone for groundwater as source, and we have put up solar powered pumps, and we are supplying water to the households. Thank you.
And the next question is there provision for OHT of 15,000 liter capacity for remote habitations of 15 to 30 households?
Yeah, you don't require always OHT with the calculation which I think people are using is 55 LPCD into number of population or the population there in the village, and that gives the overall capacity for at least daily requirement of water, and that is equivalent to the OHT capacity. You can have OHT in those areas where it is possible, but sometime OHT can increase your cost also, and somewhere the OHT is not required. So there you can have underground sump. It is basically to have some amount of storage. OHT is not for kind of collecting water. It is for giving you that head to have a pressure for having household level flow. So till the last household you should have that flow, which Nanda was saying they are maintaining 5 LPM. So that is a general kind of flow which is maintained in the pipes. So it is primarily the reservoir is required to maintain that flow. Otherwise, you can have even direct pumping if OHT is not feasible, but OHT can be there of lesser capacity if you have batch, like filling in the batches, because you don't require capacity for the entire day to be stored in OHT. You can have underground sump, you take it out at above at the OHT and then release it to have that much flow. So it can be in batches also.
Thank you very much, Mani sir. And one more person has answered for this, Govind Rao Yetla. Probably you can correct it if it is wrong. OHT capacity calculated based on water required per people of that habitation. Say for 30 households, assuming 5 persons per house, water demand at 55 LPCD is coming to 8,250 liters or 275 liters per household minimum. If 2 fillings per day considered 5,000 liter capacity OHT is sufficient for 30 houses is what I mentioned. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So it is in batches again. We need to understand it's not continuous that you fill everything for the entire day. You can have for in batches, and you can zone it. We call it zone based distribution. So you can zone it so that you don't need OHT of that much capacity.
Okay, thank you. And Nalli sir, you want to add on to it, sir?
Yeah, I think it's okay. So you're talking about OHT capacity.
Yes, sir. Okay. And there's
local, of course, local calculation. So normally, internationally, when we look at, we talk about 500 up to something like 135 liter per capacity per day. So 55 is right now at the optimum. If you look at Telangana, their plan is to supply 150 liters for municipal corporations per person per day. So it depends.
okay, and there's one last question. Yes, Venkatesh sir.
Yeah, I'm Nanda here. In villages, we are supplying 100 liters per capita and 150 liters in corporation, 135 liters in municipalities is based on the requirement of their sanitation requirements also, drainage, other flushing requirements. So 100 liters in rural areas where there is no this underground drainage system is as of now available. Thank you.
Okay. So there's one last question, and so Shivakumar is asking it. And purified water to all specific household can only be fulfilled by MVS program, but how it can be fulfilled if there is no MVS? I mean, if only SVS scheme available, no surface source, only groundwater borewell source. That's his question.
Yeah. So in that case, I think MVS or multi-village scheme is prescribed only in cases where you have quality or quantity problem. If water is not available in the vicinity and you will have to bring it from outside, then you have multi-village schemes with surface water sources, or if there is quality issue, then you have multi-village scheme. But primarily it is single village scheme which is kind of suggested, where you have existing water source in the village and you are just having in village distribution. Almost 50% of the entire country, we have selected blocks which have quantity and quality problem, and there are areas in these 3 states also which have these problem. So in those cases we have multi-village schemes, otherwise single village schemes are suggested. If groundwater source is there, you can have simple treatment which is cost effective in the village itself with link to that groundwater sources, and then you can supply water. So it also gives the same kind good quality of water. So it also actually all these technological support will be provided by the respective PhDs of that state. So if a particular question is for a particular state or have a particular village covered, then you can approach that state PhD to have that kind of support. Over.
Yeah, so with this, I think we completed the Q&A, Venkatesh sir, and I hand it over to you.
Okay, thank you. It's already 2:40 p.m. So I'll now, before closing the meeting, I want to share thanks to all the 3 states rural water supply department, particularly in Andhra Pradesh, Engineering Chief R.V. Krishna Reddy, and then in Karnataka, Commissioner Dr. R. Vishal, and Holayachi Parsappa Basappa, Chief Engineer, and in Telangana, Sri Krupakar Reddy Garu, and also Mr. Nanda, who has joined us. I thank all of them for deputing the participants for this webinar and also participating as dignitaries and sharing the key messages. Secondly, I thank all my UNICEF colleagues, Mr. Nicholas Osbert, who has joined all the way from France, and Mr. Manish Vasuja, and Sony George and Nalli for giving their sessions and giving their remarks. Finally, I thank Primo team, Nilesh Kulkarni, Lakshmikant, Ruby, Bistrita, and Medha for taking the sessions and unfolding Jal Jeevan Mission for the participants. My colleagues have been very instrumental in mobilizing the participants. All the consultants, Subhas, Dinesh, Arokyam, Raviteja, and Manikanta, thanks to them. And special thanks to Raviteja for all the technology support that helped the webinar. Without any problem, 2 days we could really smoothly conduct the webinar. And thanks to all of you for patiently being with us throughout the webinar. And we really hope this webinar helped provide some learning for the Jal Jeevan Mission so that you can take it forward in your field for action. So thank you very much. Have good lunch and take rest. Thank you and have a good weekend also. Thank you very much. We are closing this webinar now.
Yeah, Venkatesh
Thank you,
sir.
Venkatesh.
Yeah, anything?
Venkatesh sir, Arokyam sir, ka special thank for helping us throughout the PPT. It was last 4 days we are continuously in contact with him. Special thanks to him for putting its efforts to conceptualize all the PPTs along with us. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Arokyam. That's fantastic. Yeah, your contribution was very highly
You're
appreciated.
very valuable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any others I missed out? Ravi, all well?
Nothing, sir. Everything is perfect. And
Right.
thank you very much, team.
Right.
And thank you all the participants.
Thank you.